and security panel, which we're all very excited about. I just want to warn you that this is going to be a bilingual panel in Spanish and English. So I suggest that anyone who doesn't understand one or the other go get their headsets, and we're going to start in a couple minutes. Robin, I want to introduce you to Dario Ramirez.
Dario,
How are you?
You know about because
Thanks a lot.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Si ya están listos los miembros del panel.
We would start now with the session. Zoe, is everything okay? Yeah? Should we go? Perfect. Please, we're going to have the Building Citizens Trust in Justice and Security session hosted by Transparency International.
Good afternoon, everybody. Did you hear lots of fireworks last night? Because we want to have a session full of fireworks. All right. My name is Robin Hodis. I'm working on global advocacy and research at Transparency International. It's my great pleasure to moderate this panel today, Building Citizens' Trust in Justice and Security. Well, most of you are very familiar with the OGP, but you'll know that the national action plans make commitments based on 5 grand challenges. Well, the 4th grand challenge is called Creating Safer Communities. Creating safer communities. What does that mean? That means undertaking, and here I quote the OGP, measures that address public safety, the security sector, disaster and crisis response, and environmental threats. Those are some very big and fundamental issues for people around the world. And above all, they pose the question of whether people can rely on the organs of the state that are actually in place to protect them, to deliver justice for all. Arguably, everybody should have access to fair, effective forums for resolving conflict, for seeking protection from violence, and for addressing grievances with the state. But we know that's not the case. And the real issue that we have to confront today in our panel is that security and justice institutions are often cloaked in rhetoric around security, naturally, privacy, and secrecy. And these are some of the parts of government that are most reluctant to engage in discourse on open government. So we have a great panel to talk about some of these challenges today. And I really want to highlight that even if you look at OGP data, we find that of the commitments that have been made, fewer than 5% have been made in national action plans to work on law enforcement, safer communities, and public safety. So we're going to ask our panel why this is the case and whether it needs to continue to be the case. So my first task is introduce the great group that's sitting next to me. And to my immediate right is Megan Smith. Megan is the Chief Technology Officer of the United States. She was appointed by President Obama in September 2014, so she hasn't been in government all that long. 1 year, a fresh perspective. She advises the president and his team on how to harness technology, innovation, and data on behalf of citizens. Welcome, Megan. Next to Megan, I'm pleased to introduce Dario Ramirez. Dario is the director of Article 19 for Mexico and Central America. We all know Article 19 for its very important work on access to information, freedom of information, right of information, but he's been very involved in getting Mexican commitments around access to justice, and we're going to hear about that. To his right, Nambalisa Makubela. She's the director of the National Alliance of Community Advice Offices. I'm sure she'll tell us what that is in South Africa. It looks like it's an umbrella group, and she will tell us how she's been working with these community advice offices around her country and what it means for access to justice and security. To her right, Lester Ramirez from Asociación para una Sociedad Más Justa, to me known as TI Honduras, Transparency International Honduras. Welcome, Lester. Lester has played a leading role with a very interesting initiative by the chapter of Transparency International, working with the Honduran government to advance transparency in the security sector. And finally, next to Lester, Marlon Manuel the national coordinator of alternate law groups, also a coalition in the Philippines of more than 20 NGOs working on legal assistance. I hope you'll clarify what you're doing for our audience. And we'll kick off with a lightning question. I think I'm going to have the cooperation of my colleagues to make sure you're all brief and succinct so that we can get through some interesting questions, but then also open to the questions and ideas from the floor. So I'll first ask the easy question. What is the security or access to justice you've been working on in your daily work, and how can or has OGP made a difference in that work and in those challenges? Megan, do you want to kick off?
Sure. Hi. One of the things we've been doing is thinking about where people have solutions already in the country, and how can we raise their voice and bring them together as a working group. So an example would be a thing we launched with the president called Police Data Initiative. And the idea there was we found that Los Angeles and Dallas police chiefs were doing a lot of open data work around officer-involved shooting, use of force data, etc. And so we brought them to the White House. We also found that Camden, New Jersey had halved their murder rate using data and a call-in line and community complaints, very creative ideas, as well as the Carolinas. So we brought those chiefs, and we had them meet together with other police chiefs from our country and had them do like TED Talks, like a lightning talk about what they were doing and why it was working, what was hard, what was easy. And then after they did that, the other police chiefs were more interested in figuring out how they could take that idea and bring it to their city. So it's almost like using innovation working groups. And so we were able to get people working, and people were quite open to starting to do this because they could see how. And we also brought in the room data scientists and civil society experts, other teammates, cross-functional teammates who are normally not in the same room, to brainstorm together. And from that, we ended up launching what's called the Police Data Initiatives. We had 21 cities in the launch. We're adding another, I think we're at 26 now. And so they're working together quite collaboratively to open the data for the public, and we're engaged with those communities and really solve problems with data. So it's a working group idea.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Yes, good afternoon. We have to start with the realities that we work in. I work along with my colleagues in countries where we have these unmarked pits, forced disappearances, and others. And so if we start by saying this, then we can understand that the Open Government Initiative needs to understand that trust, justice, is an important binomial. You can't sever it. Since we started to work alongside with other human rights organizations with flagrant violations and serious violations, I would say that the true work lies in that there really isn't a political will that is behind this reality, and this is not different to what a discourse is. Political will is a clear absence. It's the clear absence in today's commitments. We're working in two important things when it comes to commitments. A database with disappeared persons. We estimated at 26,000, it's just an estimate for Mexico, how many were disappeared and how many come from forced disappearances. But let's start with 26,000. We would like to have a database including them, recognizing what is forced disappearance and what is just a mere disappearance. That's a commitment that we have. There's the government is a bit reticent. For example, they did not want to upload the data by saying that names were a way, or publishing names were a way of violating their their access to privacy. And the second database is to have a registry of arrested people. Why? Because we have different mechanisms via the Inter-American Commission that states torture takes place after arbitrary arrests and between that moment and the moment that the person is turned over to the prosecutor's office. If in real time you upload the moment a person is arrested, and the time is also included when they're turned over to the prosecutor's office, then torture can decrease.
With community advice offices is really to create a layer, the primary access to justice for citizens that cannot otherwise afford lawyers and tend to fall outside the protection of the law. So we have a network of about 312 community advice offices in the country, and they deal with providing free legal advice, human rights information, and related services to those who cannot afford lawyers. This talks to issues of exploitation of farm workers, under protection of women against domestic violence, evictions of farm dwellers, access to social security, housing evictions from municipal or state-owned properties, and issues of community safety. So it's a basket full of different elements of work. So in South Africa, we see a sector that has a history, but came into in 1930, the community advice office sector. So it's a long road, and yet there is no recognition of this work or regulation of the paralegal sector in South Africa, which is a concern for us, because we do feel that there have to be a way in which citizens, government can work together to try to find access to justice solutions in the country. So we've been working at an international level as part of the Global Legal Empowerment Network to advance Goal 16, which we are asking the Open Government Partnership to support us in terms of making sure that there are indicators that will talk to the institutionalization of these different models. I think the Open Government Partnership is a confirmation that government alone is not sufficient to resolve the issues on the ground. We have to find alternative institutional frameworks that we can work with that addresses, understand the issues of citizens on the ground, and can address those issues. So I won't talk too much.
Good afternoon. In Honduras, many know that we have been living one crisis after another one since 2009, when Honduras lived a coup d'etat. This comes because there's been a complete breakdown. It's not orthodox to talk about this. However, civil society somehow is working on the functionalities that the state should be working on. And this is why Transparency International in Honduras has realized the following. We need to have a two-way focus. One is to target the legal bodies and authorities, and another one is to target citizens. And it's in this regard that OGP, Open Government, platforms that we have developed practices such as Security 101. This is a training manual that describes the state's justice and security apparatus. We've also been working in helping reform the police corps. We have been cleaning the police corps and have worked with anti-corruption both with the police corps and operators. Honduras, then, is the context that we have to understand. It's completely weakened. The state, for one reason or another, is not doing its work into every single area. These factors include corruption and transpoliticization. To this end, it's that we have been promoting the citizens' initiatives using shared management system information systems. And this has opened the door to understand and see interesting challenges.
I represent a coalition of legal resource NGOs working on different human rights and social justice issues in the Philippines. So if you group together the more than 20 member NGOs of the coalition, the alternative law groups, then we practically cover all the major social problems in the Philippines. We work essentially for grassroots legal empowerment, working in partnership with community-based organizations of farmers, workers, indigenous peoples, women organizations working on children's rights, and all the different social justice issues of vulnerable groups in the country. We have also worked with the justice administrators, the Supreme Court of the Philippines in particular, in pushing for a number of justice reform measures in justice reform programs that had been implemented in the past in the Philippines and are still being implemented now. Starting in 2008, we attempted an experiment, and we have worked with the Philippine National Police and the military at a time when many of the human rights issues, many of the extrajudicial killings had been on the rise in the Philippines, and which prompted the visit of Philip Alston, rapporteur for extrajudicial killings in the Philippines. So until now, we are continuing that partnership with the armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police. To answer the question, how can the Open Governance Partnership help the work that we are doing? I would say that compared to the executive and the legislative department, the justice system and the security sector would be needing more of the openness that we are pushing for because of the nature of these institutions. They are very conservative, they are very closed, they are very hierarchical. But more than that, we also have to... It's still continuing. We also have to understand that the justice system, for example, is supposed to be addressing exclusion. It is supposed to be addressing discrimination. So if the justice system in itself is not accessible, then there's a big problem with openness of the entire government.
Thank you, everybody, for that tour de force through, I think, some very varied initiatives, but show that a lot can be done. And indeed, access to justice is an underlying aspect of delivering on OGP, and you've all pointed that out. I wanted to ask, before we come back to the opportunity and promise of Open Government Partnership and your work, to dig in a little bit and tell us, how has some of the activities you've done helped to rebuild trust? Because this is really what seems to be lacking in citizen approaches to some of the institutions you're working with. Megan, can you comment on that?
Sure. I think this is, just a big challenge in government in general. And, like I said, I'm new in government, but the observation is by being in communication and being open and trying to open the doors to conversation and innovation. One of the things in the United States, we have a lot of challenges around policing right now and discrimination. And the president's been really leading, first last year with the 21st Century Police Task Force, really opening a dialogue with the public to identify what are the challenges so that we can set some goals. Some of them less tech, they're more to do with demilitarizing some of the equipment that's there, training, ethics, etc. So I'm a real believer in innovation. I think there's so much interesting innovation here. And so the more, and especially you mentioned, these are some of the institutions that, they have a deep history and they're not always convinced to change. But I think if you can show something that can work, some environments are incredibly difficult to do this in, but many environments we're in, you can show it, like we're doing with the Police Data Initiative, where you take the police chiefs, you show them something. Today in the White House, there's a workshop on criminal and social justice, where we have more than 20 different groups from counties and cities in the US who have breakthrough innovation that's really working in the social and the criminal sector, often overlapping. For example, many people in the United States are in prison because of substance abuse issues or because of mental health issues. There are much better ways to deal with that than putting someone in prison. We can help them with social services. So can we find the people in our cities, around our communities, who already have solutions like we're talking about, and lift them up and almost angel invest in them and get them more resources, so others in their sector who might be in a more rigid type of an organization can see that possibility and then come in that direction. We're finding success with that approach.
Thanks, Megan. Now, Benicio, can I pick on you here on this question? How have your approaches helped to build trust?
I think part of what we try to do is to explain or demystify the bureaucratic approaches of state institutions. So I think that on its own builds trust. But the work of Community Advice Office in South Africa particularly focuses around family law. But we've seen in other provinces where advice offices are actually placed in police stations. And so they become the first port of call for a person who comes in, because they feel a little bit more comfortable to talk to somebody who understands the issues, rather than talking to somebody who's writing while you're talking, which is how the police deal with the issues. So there is always that relationship between citizens and advice officer that helps the state to be able to move forward. So that's really how we've worked around the issue.
Okay. I would then say, Dario, can you come in on how, in an advocacy role, do you convince a minister of security or justice, that working in an open government approach can really help them do their jobs better and deliver?
Well, first I think, creo que
I think that first of all, I would ask him, I would dismiss him and hire somebody else perhaps, and maybe that would open the possibility to a better conversation or dialogue. But, now forgive me, but I think that the angle of your question is not appropriate. There's no reason why I should have to convince anybody, because the burden of proof, of trust, is on the government side. They are the ones who have to work hard for us to make them believe him just a little bit. I think that there's a discourse rhetoric that, of course, when you're part of civil society, all you can do is to assume the responsibility that 99% of what you're being told is a lie. But you cannot move out of that dialogue, because if you quit that dialogue, then you are opening the path to more impunity and bad government. I believe, therefore, that in order to build legitimacy and trust comes from specific actions of the authority. And this can only be seen when the effect, and not having a database, okay, and we've got 26,000 people there. No, the reality changes, and trust is created when you see an actual impact, when the people, 26,000 families, find or at least know the whereabouts of those 26,000 people. I think that in that way you can generate and produce trust alone, because words do not create realities.
The wrong question gets an interesting answer. But picking up on that, I mean, Lester, how do you feel? Do you feel that that's a question that is a no-brainer, that the burden is on them to do better? Are you feeling that there's responsiveness in government and in officials, that they're ready to take these steps forward in terms of going open?
Yo realmente creo de que
I actually believe that public authorities do have a responsibility, but today, trust is a two-way street. We can't talk about trust as a single-way street. When we talk about transparency, according to our own Honduran experience, with authorities that for 20 or 30 years have been discretional in not publishing information, is truly a challenge. But there's a political economy behind transparency, and all of us working in the world of transparency that look at the results of transparency understand well. To generate trust in a police officer, for example, in terms of criminal statistics, the incidence of crime in a given city, that is important not to the citizen, but from the perspective of public policy. There are different focuses when you want to generate trust. What we need to look at here is that what citizens are interested in is in understanding the crime trends in a neighborhood or in a city. But the police officer is being measured and assessed by a reduction in crime. So I believe this calls for strategies that will propose not only transparency per se, but also what benefit and accountability will provide to an official sustainability, being able to keep his position, and even the governance in the country. I think there is no public authority that wouldn't want a governable country, because to think otherwise would be counterproductive.
What would be the specific approach that you would propose for advancing open government partnerships approaches to public security issues? So let's bring it back to whether it's OGP or open government more broadly.
We should start first by broadening the OGP targets as far as countries are concerned. In the Philippines, for example, the country is doing good as far as the commitments are concerned, but the problem is in what is not there in the action plan. And the access to justice and security grand challenge is not there. So we can commend the Philippine government, for example, for delivering on the transparency and accountability commitments, but there is a big gap in terms of the justice aspect, the justice and security aspect of the OGP commitments. So that should be the start. That should be the starting point. If we miss that at that framework, then we cannot expect the government and the partnership to deliver to deliver results. I can say that there are mechanisms that can work. And in the Philippines, for example, we have a Justice Sector Coordinating Council, which groups together the justice sector agencies of the executive and the Supreme Court, the judiciary, which is a totally different and independent branch. So if we can start with that, and if the Philippines OGP commitment, for example, can start with building and strengthening that inter-department coordination of the justice sector agencies, that would be a good start. But to miss it at the very start and not to have a commitment on that grand challenge would be missing the very framework of open governance.
And are there enough regional or global fora for exchanging experiences around these kinds of initiatives? Megan?
I'm certain there are forums that my colleagues have. I haven't gone to some of them, but as I'm newer around, but I would imagine there are some. I know that there's working groups in the OGPT teams that happen around different topics, and so I would imagine there's one around this area. Do you guys know that? Yes, no? Yes, so there are some. I also, a lot of law enforcement and other folks are working cross-country on best practice in those areas, and that's something that's happening. One of the things I was going to bring up is working, something that I came across, I did not work on this, but it was an idea within government and getting different agencies working together. One of the ones that the US came up with was this idea of a legal aid roundtable, and it's actually, Nombanise, what you were talking about, a lot of people they need access to legal aid services. It's very confusing. And so what this group of people, by having an executive order or presidential memorandum to meet as cross-government interagency and talk through these issues, they were able to unlock grant money and make sure that grant money for many programs for people in poverty, people who needed social services, also added legal aid opportunities into those grant offerings. And so it's something that I think is a really critical thing for all the countries to be learning from each other, and even the agencies to be learning from each other.
Okay, we'll take one more comment from the panel, and then please start to get ready with your question.
We're talking about the NAP, correct? Okay. I think just to share that from the South African perspective, that we really pushed for access to justice to be one of the commitments in the NAP, and I am assured, I will tell you afterwards, I'm assured that in the submission that we'll go into now, that will really be one of the pillars of the new National Action Plan which South Africa is putting in place. But I think if you listen to the Deputy President's speech this morning, it is quite clear that South African government is committed to the access to justice agenda, so that's encouraging on that part. So.
I'll share that a small thing that I mentioned, the event today at the White House. There's a parallel event related to gender, which is for an issue we have that we're facing U.S., many countries are, which is girls, especially girls of color who are exposed to trauma, very quickly find themselves on a track to prison. And so we have young people who are having some kind of victimization, and somehow then they're not getting the services, and so they're ending up in prison, and we're trying to break that pipeline.
Okay, so that was a first round of ideas and opportunities that the panel see. I'd like you all to come up with some good questions, and please state who you are and, if you can, to whom the question should be directed. I will come back to you at the end, panel, and ask you for your one suggestion that you'd like to make to that National Action Plan on justice or public safety commitments that you'd be looking for your governments to be bringing, and why. So think about that while we get some questions from the floor. Yes, please, at the back. Maybe we'll take 1, 2, 3 questions to get us started. And then at the front here.
Good afternoon. My name is Lena White from Costa Rica, and I strongly believe that commitments will not be effective if judicial authorities are not part of all of this. I strongly believe the executive branch cannot impose any commitments on the judiciary, because in each country the judiciary is a world in itself. I would like your comments on that. And how can we get these authorities involved in all of these discussions? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want it?
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre
Good afternoon. My name is Juan. I'm from Mexico. And I have several questions, but I'll try to be brief. The first one is, how can we get the OGP principles to truly have an impact on access to justice for individuals? In other words, how can we get OGB to become more than a tool, but rather a reality in making justice accessible to people? Secondly, how can we also make the OGB principles to work on something that we Mexicans care a lot about, and that is repair damage to victims? How can the victims of crime through OGBP receive indemnization for their damage? And finally, learn the Honduran experience in the clearing out of their police forces, something that we have lagged, in Mexico has lagged back a great deal due to budgetary concerns. Una más.
Thanks. Great panel. This is Sandy Colliver with the Open Society Justice Initiative. I looked through government commitments and found at least 8 that refer to police transparency, and I want to give a shout out of thanks to those governments and to hear from them about some of their experiences. Those include Albania, Czech Republic, Croatia, Indonesia, Liberia, Mexico, Spain, the United Kingdom. All those have made commitments about making more information held by the police available to the public. In addition, a number of countries have made some really great commitments about using IT to assist with crime mapping, and also Montenegro and a few others have made commitments about the police engaging in training as to how to reach out to minority communities. So I'd be interested to hear from any government people here, perhaps, about how they're implementing commitments. Tomorrow we have a panel at 2 o'clock in room C3 with Dante Presser, who is the representative from the Office of Mexico's Attorney General, to talk about the Mexican commitments and the experience. We also have a police chief from the United Kingdom who is responsible for talking to the 43 police forces in the United Kingdom about how they can make information more available to the public. So thanks, would love to hear from some governments.
Thank you for highlighting that community who obviously need to support each other in the work. We had questions around the judiciary, we had questions around reparations and victims. Who'd like to jump in?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Well, regarding the last question, it seems to me that this issue about commitments is too superficial. It's like a declaration of good faith, and I think no more than that. But the topic is, when we're establishing indicators on those commitments, I think we're not taking into consideration the other side of the coin. For example, today I read a news piece that said 2,400 denouncements for torture in the PGR are investigated by 30 public prosecutors. So it's impossible. So just imagine the number of cases that remain not investigated even though they generated data. So it's also important that when we establish indicators to authorities that they can actually eradicate torture in a country like Mexico, for example. And also, regarding the concern of our colleague from Costa Rica, it is a moment for change. One cannot talk about open government, and not just in terms of the judicial power, but also the legislative power is fundamental in this dialogue. This morning, we heard all the legislations opposed to citizen participation that have been approved in OGP countries. Ultimately, it's the power of the state, the power of the unions that is showing great lack of congruence in the spirit and commitments that the head of the executive is making. Just to supplement what we've heard here, I believe that OGP, justice in OGP, I don't know you fellow members, I think that we need to work more on conceptualizing them. Yesterday in Sociedad Civil, we held a debate whether justice also means police action, or does it just entail administration of justice, especially in Latin American countries with a continental European tradition. For us, we make a clear distinction in that when we consider these matters. In Honduras, what we're doing now is precisely working with our judicial branch of government. And right now there is a lot of lobbying because in January we have a new Supreme Court in office. And we know it's a politicized process. But even now, we are already introducing elements of transparency, participation, good governability, good governance technology. All these OGB concepts, we are introducing them as of now and trying to incorporate them into the new Supreme Court and have the new Supreme Court sign it as a government plan for the next 7 years. This will be our own experiments in terms of OGP, because in the OGP bylaws, we don't have this kind of experience yet. We are sort of making it hands-on. And regarding the clearing out of our police forces has to be considered from two perspectives. One was administrative, or most of us are familiar with that kind of clearing out, remove all the rotten apples from the system. But there's another, much more important clearing out, and that is cultural clearing out, or and that is what we need to really do right. In the case of our police forces, they have a very military legacy, and to change that mentality requires several generations. So what are we doing? Ever since we begin to recruit the next police cadet, we're already talking to the authorities about what kind of profile we need. I think this has to start all the way from the recruiting process in order to change this culture.
It can be addressed in different ways. One is by looking into the delegation, and this is a continuation of the discussion that we had in the panel yesterday. There was one suggestion to ensure that the delegation of governments to the OGP discussions will be more balanced, instead of just being dominated by executive department agencies. There should be representation from both the parliament, the legislative department, and even the judiciary. So that's one way of ensuring that there can be a balanced discussion of the different challenges, the different OGP challenges, especially to ensure the inclusion of the access to justice and security challenges. Second, even without the participation of the judiciary, there are certain commitments that can be done by the executive and the legislative. For example, the budget. The budgeting is a major concern. Most judiciaries and most justice agencies are under budgeted, as in the case in the Philippines. So governments can commit to providing adequate budget for the justice sector, and budget not only for the official institutions, for the judicial institutions, but also for grassroots paralegals, for example, or for non-government organizations providing legal assistance to vulnerable groups. So all of these can be part of the commitments. These are doables, whether by the executive or by the judiciary.
Hi, I just think that I agree with Marlon. One of the things that we could do is put indicators in place that ensure that there is that protection of the independence of the judiciary. I've seen in South Africa that we started a brave step of handing over all the court services to the Chief Justice and moving them completely out of the Department of Justice. So we'll see how that works out. It's a work in progress, but it is an indication of the appreciation of the need to separate those two processes and ensure the independence of the judiciary.
Yeah, so a couple things come to mind on the first two questions. Just around, I think that making sure that you're using the authorities of, you guys have already mentioned it, but there's policy making, there's grants, there's including grants to non-governmental organizations, and making sure that best practice is coming through that and that you're listening to what's happening, and then making sure the policy is changing, even if you don't have access to the judicial side, depending on which seat you're in. I also really appreciate the nature of the question about how we can collaborate. The Open Government Partnership itself is a huge opportunity for us, because these are some of the greatest challenges of our planet. They're the greatest challenges of humanity, and every one of us face them in our countries. And so leveraging each other as teammates from all the different sectors that we come. For example, you just mentioned issues of culture. So I met an incredible police academy lead from Brazil, and she was talking about the issues of domestic violence, especially with young people who are experiencing that in their home, and so how that's causing them culturally to grow up and continue that behavior and model the behavior all through society. So in the academy, they decided to really narrow in on domestic violence and make sure all of the officers were aware, what are the laws and what can you do, and role modeling and role playing and experiencing that, and then did a lot of work with the media to raise awareness. So that's an adjacent place. It's not a policy point. It's sort of a learning and a training and then a media related idea. So I think the ideas come from so many different places, and the more we can use each other in working groups, not only when we're physically together, but also, of course, leverage the internet and Skype and other tools that we can have to cross-share these things and really upgrade these governments so that we can be in the society that we want to be in together.
Is there another question from the floor? Let's take two quickly. Back here. Do we have a mic? Want to run up here and use the mic? Want to come up here and ask the question so the translators can hear you?
Sorry. Hi, Joy Aceron from the Philippines. I'd like to know if there has been an experience of addressing corruption in the judiciary and the justice system using open government reforms. We're talking about building trust in the justice system and the judiciary, but the judiciary and the justice system is extremely elitist, corrupt, and unaccountable. So even before we actually get to build trust, we need to address this problem of corruption that is largely systemic, and the open government reforms may actually be a good way to address that, but I would like to see if there has been a success case in other countries.
Thank you. Take one more.
Hello, my name is Elena and I come from Romania. I would like to ask you, usually we use national security issues as a mean to limit access to information. And sometimes using the argument of an information being of national security also limits fair trial, or even makes average citizens believe that some politicians or some members of the army or of the police forces have impunity. And I would like to ask you if you think that the OGP can take an additional challenge to make a standard or draw some principles for what is national security, especially when we're talking about the globalized world, where we have similar threats to all the governments, and if this could be possible based on your experience, or what principles could be in that standard?
Okay, so the idea, the viability of a standard. Okay, burning, it's a burning question.
1 minute for the session.
Hello, how are you? I just want to speak French because I cannot speak English very well. I just want to ask you, have many people here come from French country. Here we come here for your meeting, but we don't know how to understand what you meaning. For this, I want to ask you next time, you must put the French, and then we can understand your language. You see, I try. I force myself to speak English, but I cannot. Thank you.
Je suis très désolée. Okay, so we had questions about corruption, and we had questions about whether we can try to get a standard in place around national security issues. They want us to close down, but according to my watch, we have 5 minutes. I'd like you to try to wrap up with a final statement, what one thing you'd propose, and if you'd like to address either the corruption or the other question while you do that, please do so. So, Lester, you want to kick us off?
Yeah. In English, right now we're currently doing a study called, in Spanish, Judicialización de la Corrupción. It means the judicialization of the corruption. And what we set forth is basically map all the corruption cases that have gone to the justice system and see how they are dealt with through the process of the judicial system, and see what the different treatments the corruption has. For instance, what type of public functionaries, public servants received a beneficiary treatment, and why and how, And this way we can find some tendencies regarding judicial corruption. Right now we're obtaining very interesting results. It's incredible the amount of money that the state spends tackling corruption and the poor results it is obtaining. In Honduras, we're basically seeing that 99% is impunity in corruption cases.
Okay, so let me ask you, what's your one request to the government in terms of making an additional contribution on safer?
Well, I think these types of studies should be made in all parts of the world. I mean, they're very interesting studies. I mean, a lot of people are talking about impunity nowadays. I mean, impunity, I think, is the word of the year, at least in Latin America. And I think these types of studies where people see how the judicial process is done and learn, all the different techniques to, obstacleize a process. It takes years and years. I mean, in Honduras, we see process 10 years in corruption. It's incredible the amount of resources the state spends on it.
Muchas gracias. Nomasino?
My final word. I believe that the grassroots location skills and institutional capacity and credibility of the National Network of Advice Offices is an undervalued national asset that, if leveraged correctly, can make a significant improvement in the lives of people on the ground. I think just one last word. When we demoted the social contract between government and communities, when we shifted the narrative, because we use these words, we created a new dynamic of a provider and a receiver of services, and we lost a lot in the partnership. And I think we need to rethink some of these narratives we shift towards. That's something.
Back to Marlon. Oh, you have.
I will give an example of what we already have in the Philippines. And we have two specific laws allowing non-lawyer paralegals to represent litigants in courts. And this will be for two specific cases: labor cases before the administrative tribunals, where a labor union leader, a paralegal belonging to the organization, can represent the members of the organization, and the agrarian reform cases, where farmers can also represent their fellow farmers. These are examples of legislation that will open up the justice system, which is otherwise very alienating and very marginalizing as far as the vulnerable groups are concerned.
Okay, we're stressing out the organizers, but in true justice fashion, Dario, please
I'll be very
help us
brief.
be brief.
Regarding, en relación con tu
Regarding your question, the truth is that I can't give you good advice, but I'm not good at giving you advice, but I think that's something that will lead us to transparent information, which is the immediate goal of OGP. Something that would take us to accountability and to fighting impunity would be fundamental. But I will return to the initial part of trust and political will. The question about national security, I think, is very timely, because as we're talking about opening databases and fight and make better and establish better governments, laws, and this also goes to legislative power, breach to privacy, and all of their fundamental rights are still ongoing issues. So I think it is we need to work for congruence and responsibility.
I think that when work happen when we work cross-functionally. Often we work in silos, policy people, technical people, science people. When we get together, civil society, when we get together, creative, incredible things happen because people are very insightful and very creative, and we can work on the roots of the problems together. So I also really believe in finding innovation fellows and getting them into government, or creating seats for those who are not in government to rotate in, so we can bring these fresh ideas with talented colleagues who are in government already. So it's in the cross-functionality come the best answers, and the more we can mix it up, the better.
I'd really like to thank the panel. I'd like to thank everyone for their patience. It's a very big topic. We have to make a lot more progress. We need a lot more action around creating safer communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you, Transparency International, for this really. Please don't leave the stage. We have an upcoming session. It'll take us 3 minutes, and we'll be back. Thank you. Moderators to please take their seats. Espera.
what I anticipate will be a very interesting and timely subject. I am Ken Wallach. I am president of the National Democratic Institute, NDI. And by way of introduction of this panel, I wanted to share with all of you the origins of the parliamentary component of the Open Government Partnership, or the Legislative Openness Working Group, which is co-chaired by the Congress of Chile and NDI. The working group was established in 2013, a year after the OGP itself, and was based on a few fundamental notions about politics, government, and civic engagement. That government transparency was not just the purview of the executive branch ministries. That government openness was perhaps most important for those institutions, political institutions, that serve as intermediary bodies between citizens and the state. Congresses, parliaments, after all, are charged with aggregating the interests of citizens and are accountable to them. Debating public policy issues, passing laws, appropriating money, and yes, serving an oversight function of the executive. Parliaments are the only multi-partisan institution in which a commitment to openness extends to both ruling and opposition parties, therefore helping to ensure an ongoing government commitment to transparency when there is a change of government. And legislatures are the only institution that has a natural and pre-existing relationship with civil society, and therefore enhances civil society's engagement with and input into government policymaking. We are grateful that the leadership of the OGP recognized all of this in the creation of the working group, and thanks to the leadership of the OGP Secretariat, Senator Lorraine of Chile, who is with us, and Scott Hubley of NDI, this initiative has become an integral part of the partnership. Nearly 40 parliaments of the 66 member states are engaged in one form or another. 6 parliaments have already approved their own action plans for openness in consultation with civil society. 180 civic organizations in nearly 100 countries have adopted a universal declaration on parliamentary openness, and parliaments themselves are endorsing the declaration's principles. Parliaments are being asked by government to participate in and/or review its own national action plans. And now, Senator Lorraine is the first parliamentarian that sits on the OGP steering committee representing the government of Chile. In recognition of all of this progress, only yesterday at the summit, the civil society groups voted the Open Government Championship Award to the multi-factional group within the Parliament of Georgia that worked out its own action plan with civil society. And we all congratulate the work of the Georgian Parliament. In the coming months, the Legislative Openness Working Group will be releasing its work plan for the upcoming year. And we welcome your thoughts and input on how this important part of the OGP effort can deepen and expand. I hope this panel can also address this, and so should the working group itself. With that, I would like to introduce the panel here today. To my immediate right is Senator Lorraine, who chairs the Bicameral Commission on Transparency of the Congress of Chile and the co-chair, along with NDI, of the Legislative Openness Working Group. To the far left is Mr. Tokazani Tusi, who is Chief Director of Public Participation in the Department of Public Service and Administration in the Government of South Africa. The Honorable Roger Kodo Dong is the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Ms. Aide Perez is Executive Director of Fundar of Mexico. The Honorable Gordana Chomich, who is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Serbia. And finally, but not least, Vuka Chernansky, who is the Director of the Center for Research, Transparency, and Accountability. And working alongside the Deputy Speaker is creating their own Transparency Caucus in the Serbian Parliament and working on an action plan for transparency. With that, I would first like to turn this mic over to Senator Lorraine for some comments, both as a member of the steering committee of the OGP and co-chair of the Legislative Openness Working Group. Senator?
Thank you, Ken. Good afternoon to everybody and to the members of this panel. It is quite an honor for myself and for the Chilean Congress to be seated as a co-anchor of the Legislative Openness Working Group together with NDI. We've been trying the last years very strongly to create this group because we believe that parliaments are a necessary actor in the promotion of OGP principles. And being this an initiative only of governments and civil societies, what we've been trying to achieve is to have a full membership of parliaments within OGP. In fact, we started in Latin America with a group of 11 countries, a network for these purposes, for open parliament, who has done a good job and has created the interest of commitment of our parliaments in this area. Recently, we joined Parlaméricas in a strategic alliance in order to have, for all the Americas, an inter-American parliamentary group working on open parliament that is trying to have, again, all parliaments committed to these issues. But the mainstream and the main effort to achieve these purposes in a global sense is, no doubt, OGP. For its composition, but also for its methodology. This inclusion of action plans is the real way to make countries conscious of the need and to find their own way to oblige themselves to find some purposes and to achieve them, to bind themselves to these objectives that each country decides for its own. Now, we've asked to the steering committee to create this working group, and they, at the end, agreed to it. And we've done a good job, and Ken was just telling you about the results. We still want more. And part of the problems, as I was mentioning, is related to the structure of OGP. In fact, I'm the first congressman to sit in the steering committee, but not as a congressman, just as a member of the Chilean delegation. It's the government that has recently been appointed to the steering committee that invited me as a member of this bicameral Congress, of which some of our members are here with us, senators and deputies of different parties, so as to show the unity and the transversality of this decision. But we are not as members of parliament in OGP. And if you realize some comments that were said today regarding the moment that OGP is living, OGP has been extraordinarily successful in achieving so many purposes in few years. But again, it's in a very crucial moment because it has some weaknesses, which I would resume in two. One, the fact that the relation with civil society has not been deep enough in all countries. There are countries that are not elaborating action plans. Others are doing action plans, but they don't inform to the civil society. Others, the most they do is to inform them. Not all, probably half of them are working in a collaborative way with civil society. So there is one problem that has to be reviewed. And the other one, the other problem that OGP has is more to have more civil engagement, citizen engagement. And this is something very interesting. There have been too many efforts done, but they've been done between governments and civil societies. When we speak of governments, we're speaking of ministers or even members of ministries, not the minister itself, who are working in this. They are not elected, and they represent the majority that is in power. Civil society is a very strong area with people really committed, but again, they're not representative, institutionally representative, because they are not elected. There's hundreds of them, and they represent different areas, but they're not representative. What I'm trying to say is that in the next step of OGP, we need to include Parliament in the structure. And not only Parliament, we also need to include all authorities that are elected, governors, mayors, because this will bring some more strength in the relation with the people, in the engagement with the citizens. But on the other hand, this will be a tremendous link with civil society in order to work together, governments, civil societies, parliaments, and others, in order to ensure the dialogue that has to be done between all these members of this OGP with this new structure that can really ensure the achievement of these purposes. I think we are in a very key moment, and I do hope that in the coming years we can give this step, which will mean, I would think, a real mature definition. And as the head of CEPAL, Latin American or UN Commission for Latin American Economic Area, said it this morning. We had said it yesterday in the steering committee as well. We think that OGP should be OSP, meaning state as an institutional representation of all branches of government, or meaning society as the representation of everybody. OSP, I would say, is the future of OGP. Thank you.
I had a number of very polite questions that were written for me to ask the panelists, but perhaps I could begin with a more controversial question. I think all of us have public opinion polls on our desks or have read public opinion surveys in recent years and recent months that show that there is, in some places, both in traditional democracies as well as new democracies, almost a crisis of confidence in government, political parties, and the political institutions within which they operate. And the relationship between civil society and government and civil society and parliaments have almost been described as confrontational. There was a Mexican civil society activist who once made a comment that civil society is using 21st century technology to communicate with political institutions and government. But government and political institutions are listening using 20th century technology and responding using 19th century technology. And given this challenge, a feeling of alienation and disconnect between citizens, elected officials, and governments, how do you see the open government partnership and Parliament's engagement in the OGP process helping to deal with this fundamental challenge?
There is no text without a context and no answer without a context. So Serbian context is that we tried to find to resolve the puzzle when governments start to behave badly. I personally believe that usual suspects are too many dark suits in 50 Shades of Black and too many men in politics, but that's another story. What we in the parliament decided in a process of how to resolve why governments behave badly, why parliamentarians don't do their work, is a dialogue with civil society. And something like a puzzle resolved is that we parliamentarians work through networks. And the last network that I want to share information with you about is parliamentary group, parliamentary network for open parliament. Cross-party cooperation, one issue, one goal-oriented group, voluntary parliamentarians who say, we want to change things. We want to stop whoever wants to behave badly towards citizens to stop doing it, or at least to do some shame and blame game about it. The second parliamentary network is a women parliamentary network. There are 84 women in the Serbian parliament out of 250 parliamentarians, and we are gathered about the goal, fighting violence, doing economy environment for women, representation, gathered about the issue-oriented dialogue. The second one is on environment, the third or the fourth is an economic caucus, and etc., etc. Why that looked like a solution? Because the real problem are political parties. And when you have a group of parliamentarians who gathers around one issue or one goal, structured as 3 goals, smaller ones, then political parties said, okay, leave them alone, they're not dangerous, they will not harm our power that is not transparent, they can deal with that. And that's the mechanism that was supported and actually invented by civil society that Serbian Assembly accepted. And that's something what I see here in this summit in Mexico, and I would like to see it even more, in more detail, explained and shared with all of us in the next summit. And also I would like to see next summit without any closed doors for open government. I do think that this summit is great, but the next one should be better and have physically government and parliament and civil sector in one room. You have to be physically together to try to really establish dialogue. I like technology, I like IT, I like Skype, I like everything, but you need to see people face in face. And my final point is that we forget what is the nature of democracy that we used to know and love. It failed in a lot of sectors, and it fails, and nowadays you have what Ken just shared with you. People do not trust their government, and then government behaving badly. It's not written in any legislature. There is no law saying, yeah, you can be corrupted. Yeah, do some money for your, I don't know, boat or extra girl or whatever. There is no legislator that enables anyone to behave badly, but there is no control in the spots where the political decisions are really made. And these spots are within political parties. That's where magic happens. I am a political person, and I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I would like to see in the next step, this group of fantastic people upgraded with, we do with the governments, you can't behave badly, we do with the parliaments, you have to do your role, you can't let civil society do your role, you're there to control the government, but you also have to ask political party to open themselves and show all of us how is the process of decision-making process within the parties. Where is credibility, integrity, and everything of those nice big words that we like to share within political parties. Then I think it will work, but also with much more women in the politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Vuka, would you like to comment, working on the other side of the street?
Yeah, well, thank you for this opportunity. I think it's always good to have these two sides immediately, you know, like after each other. So it took us 3 years. It was difficult work, but it's always good to find the champions among parliamentarians and among the government. And I'm happy to see here, like sitting, having those champions, you know, like among us. So it was natural step after revealing the transcripts of the parliamentary sessions in Serbia. So after these transcripts and voting records, the natural step was forming this parliamentary group for open parliament. And now we work together. We just finalized the parliamentary week where we started engaging citizens, you know, like in this parliamentary work. So I think that all this talk about, you know, like involving Parliament in OGP process is really, really important if we want to see increased commitment to openness and citizens' engagement in the government work and the work of the Parliament. So finding the champions, it's a good start.
Comment?
Thank you. Can I just add something on your question? Of course, nobody says or agrees that governments are perfect, but I think one of the major contributing factors to the trust deficit is a lack of communication from government. In some of the engagements that we have had with communities and civil society on the OGP, some of the views that came out was that, for example, in terms of accounting for resources, the perception is if people see a project that has not been completed, what immediately comes to their mind is that, oh, there's been misappropriation of funds and corruption and so on. But their view was that, why do you come back to us when you say you no longer have resources for a variety of reasons? Instead of engaging us collectively, we set realistic, time measurable goals together and allocate resources and have consistent interaction so that we do understand where implementation faces challenges and so on. So I think the OGP is better placed to improve and bridge that gap because parliaments have multiple political voices. They are incubator of a variety of ideas. And through parliamentary subcommittees, you create platforms where you constantly make sure that you engage civil society, not in the end, but in the beginning, so that there is more ownership and more lines of communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a question of Ide, and then I'll turn to the president? Could you describe a little bit the difference between Fundar's relationship and interaction with government and the interaction between civil society in Mexico and the Congress? Is there a difference? How do you operate in both of these arenas? And what do you think the results are of those efforts?
Well, first, good afternoon to everybody. I'm going to speak in Spanish, so if you want to push your translator.
Okay, switching languages here. I'll start by answering your first question, Ken. And let me explain why is OGP incomplete? Why is it incomplete if we're not including the judiciary and the legislative branch in the OGP's structure? I'm very glad to see that we have working groups created, that we have fiscal transparency, but we cannot match or we cannot compare specific agendas against the three branches. The three branches being the executive, legislative, and judiciary, and this should be in the middle of the OGP. Now, because this topic has to do with the legislative branch, then let me go into three things. The main role is to legislate and to control the other branches, and a very significant power that has to do working with budgets. Without the legislative branch, the commitment from an open government will neither be commitments or there will be commitments that will not be impacting and will not impact in the significant problems. Now, the legislative body needs to be working with its different arenas. Now, let me go back to your question. Fundar's interaction, civil society with the legislative as well as with the executive branches has points of conflict, but it also has points of cooperation and dialogue. Fundar and as an important number of NGOs, we sat together, and 1 year ago we realized there is good political will, to sign the alliance so we can implement the open government parliament. The agreement was signed 1 year ago. Both cameras accepted the bicameral commitment to launch the open government and to build an action plan alongside with civil society. Sadly, what we see are efforts. We see worthy, commendable efforts, but they're from very specific senators. We don't see commitment from the Senate or from the lower house. They're from individuals, and you have the individuals sitting right here in the audience. But they've all been working individually. They were key in promoting this platform, but it's very clear that if an institutional commitment is not drawn and we only see these individual efforts, we will never land on having an OGP nor create something with civil society.
As president of a parliament of parliaments, 54, I think, on the African continent, what can regional bodies do to promote parliamentary transparency and influence the behavior of national parliaments as well as national governments in this regard?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Let me first of all to thank you to send the invitation for Pan-African Parliament. Africa is the continent of future, and Pan-African Parliament is one of organ of AU. AU, who is the continental organization. I have 54 countries and 270 MPs. And the role of Pan-African Parliament is not in the level of national level, not in the sub-region level. We are trying to, our parliament deal in the continental level. Since this morning, I listened all the panel. Africa have a lot of problems. We have a problem of democracy, the problem of governance, the problem of climate change, the problem of, and now the new one is the problem of terrorism. And Pan-African Parliament is one of the organs who can deal in level of all the continent, of the 54 continent. In the level on the National Assembly, we are first. We are elected in the National Assembly. I am the member of my National Assembly. And then after that, the National Assembly make the election in its member to send us in the continental level, who is the headquarters is in South Africa, in Johannesburg. We have it's a normal assembly. We have a bureau. We have the Secretary General, and we work in all the subjects we discuss here: the problem of governance, the problem of the election, the problem of the climate change. And I think that we cannot. We think that our main achievement now is to try to make the combination with the civil society, with all the organizations who try to work in the interest of the citizen of the whole. Because Africa has a lot of problems. We have a problem of health, the problem of food. We have a problem of everything. And now we are going to Paris. It's very important for Africa to go to pick one voice, because the negotiation of Paris is very important for Africa. Africa is only the one continent who don't have power, who have energy. So we think that is very important for this continent, who have 1 billion citizens. It's very important to have power, and then I think that we are trying to take the voice of the national level to bring in the continental level. We are not adversity with the national level. We are not in the competition with the civil society. We are not in the competition with the continental, with the regional level. But we think that we are a platform for all people of Africa to try to express himself. That is why we think that work with the institute like yours, like OGP, is very important to improve. And you know, Africa is too many cultures. We are Francophone, we are Anglophone, we are in 54 countries. We have many different cultures, but we have to build one Africa. Our main achievement is one Africa, one voice. That is why we think that we have to be together to work, and we need support of all the NGO who work for the peace, for the democracy, and so you can go. And I think that next time this big conference can stay in our headquarters in South Africa. It will be very important to know, because Africa in South, especially Africa in South Sahara, we have a lot of problems that we need this kind of conference to take place in our headquarters. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lorraine, you have taken a leadership role in your country on these issues. You are now taking a leadership role internationally, representing your country, but you've also worked on a regional level as well, particularly in this hemisphere. Could you talk just a little bit about the benefits and the drawbacks of working on a regional level in addition to on a national level and international level?
Well, I would say, Ken, that one of the reasons that we have taken this step of working not only within our country but on a regional level or even in a global level is because we think that we share the same problems. For instance, in the sphere of politics, I would say that not only members of parliament but political parties are quite distrusted all over the world. Nobody believes in politicians anymore. And that's not only our problem, it's everybody's problem. Society is a different one as it used to be. People is empowered. People looks the way of representation in different areas. Citizens are organized in different ways, and politicians and legislators have not been keen enough to adapt to this new and modern world. And when we try to find answers, the best of them have been found within the principles of open society. And we think that if we share this culture, this way of governing, this way of making our legal process more related to the real interest of people, with more participation, I think we can gain more trust and recover the need of legitimacy in our activities. You were saying what's going on with the political parties. We need to have them as well as legislators and every other institution open and with total transparency. In fact, we are now currently studying a bill in the Congress to achieve this purpose. Because if I myself, I'm a legislator in this half of myself, and in this other half, I'm a member of a political party. And in Chile, this half, the legislative one, is quite transparent. But this other half, as a member of a political party, is quite dark. And we need to level it. And we have to level it in the transparency level. And this is something that we've been finding, that our experiences, our processes, have been useful to teach others in their processes, but at the same time, we have learned a lot of what Mexico has done. For instance, in the INAI, they've done wonderful things. In Brazil, the hackathon has shown us some new experiences that help us in the way we can build in our Congress a more committed Congress to the people. And I would say that this is our challenge, to try to promote these ideals which are not only normative, they don't rely only on regulations. It's a cultural problem. We probably need that the OGP will someday promote educational programs, so as that in school, boys and girls are taught within the open society principles of transparency, right of access, open data, which is more easier for them. They are born in a different environment, with more information, with more network way of working than our generation. Media is also needed. So the more voices we can put together, the further I think we will go. And that's why the process does not stop in a given country. As a culture, as a global culture, this should be done with regional efforts and with global efforts. I think in that way we help each one to another, and probably will have a benefit for this approach.
Thank you, Senator. I think we've all witnessed, not only in this hemisphere but globally, the results of failed political institutions, whether they're political parties or whether they're legislatures. I think it was Hugo Chavez that once said that he was not the cause, he was the result. So, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Just to add,
I've been warned that we have about 3 minutes left, so we're going to go to this half, and then we will end. Is it 3 minutes you said we have? Okay.
it's about governing by explaining. We don't do that. And the governing by explaining means whatever was shared among these people in this panel. And I think that governing by explaining is needed more than ever in 21st century. We, coming from different societies, we share the space, but we do not share the epoch, the development epoch. And there is one word that we can share, that's inequality. If you do not communicate with the people in the age of inequality, then nobody will have a result. We'll just have to count enormous number of failures throughout the world. I deeply believe in human capacity to overcome, and I think this is a moment to overcome that kind of a crisis of democratic institution, a lack of trust among people when the government is a question. We need tight connections with civic society. We can do it. It's quite clear from my point of view. We just have to explain to the people how the society is governed and to respect them. That's my 1 minute.
Yeah. Just to address this issue on distrust, I think, I believe that the role of civil society organization with cooperation and collaboration with the parliament is to help them to strengthen their oversight role. Because I believe that in that way we can, talk about this trust and bring citizens in the closer in the work of the parliament. So helping you, parliamentarians in oversight role, in monitoring the work of the government will help us to build this trust again among citizens and governments.
Let me just go back to the issue of the Pan-African Parliament. I think as the OGP evolves, as a good instrument as it is, one of its key foundations is around peer learning. As Chile mentioned, some of the examples where they've learned from others. I think in terms of its own articles of governance and processes and documents that govern the way it conducts its business, it can learn from other experiences. For example, in the base documents of the African peer review mechanism, which is an almost similar African version of the OGP, it is explicitly stated there countries are obligated to make sure that they involve parliaments at all stages of developing their plans and monitoring and accountability and everything else, as well as taking their country action plans to the Pan-African Parliament and regional economic communities. So I think in that way we can ensure that a parliament plays a very important role in coming up with transformative legislation on open governance, but as well as leverage on regional networks as well. Thank you.
Two very specific ideas. First of all, I'm very happy that we're recognizing the representation crisis that most parliaments have. Why do they have this representation crisis? Well, because they're not fulfilling their main function, which is to represent the interests of citizens. Most parliaments, at least in Latin America, which are the ones that I'm most familiar with, parliamentarian groups represent mostly the interest of powerful groups of the private sector, from political parties, or political and economical interests that do not necessarily agree with the needs of citizens. The only, or perhaps the most powerful way to retrieve trust and overcome this representation crisis is for parliaments to open up, to begin making bridges with citizens and for them to listen and talk to them. I agree with my panel member. A first signal that we're already speaking would be that in the next summit, we can all be in the same room, talking to one another, discussing, debating with evidence and with justifications, arguments. Finally, my last point is that we have already had experience with the executive branch of government. We need to take advantage of lessons learned and not begin to simulate participation or fall into action plans that do not have a true impact on the life standards of people.
Only two main objectives. The first one is visibility. We need to be visibility in the continent and over the continent, first thing. And the second one is communication. And we are open for the cooperation. We need more cooperation to improve, to implement all the decisions we can get. We are in Africa to work to the interest for the Africa. So we are open for everybody who need to talk about the problem of the citizen. So I thank you very much. We await the next conference in Johannesburg. We have a big headquarters, so we can receive 2,000, 3,000 guests in South Africa. We are waiting you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one yes and no or no answer question for Senator Lorraine and the Deputy Speaker. Would you favor, as is done with the OGP itself, an independent review of parliamentary action plans?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good to know. Our time has run out. I'm getting many signals. I want to thank all the panelists, but most importantly, I want to thank the Open Government Partnership. I don't think anyone could have imagined 3 years ago that this intergovernmental organization could have grown from, what was it, 6 countries to 70. But in addition to that, the leadership of the OGP has been flexible enough to understand the need to be inclusive, not only with civil society, but over the past 2 years with members of parliament and with political parties, and I think going forward to include subnational governments as well, and hopefully the legislatures at the subnational level as well as the executive. So I want to thank the OGP for its vision, for the way it is operating, and for the future of a very, very important institution. We look forward to seeing all of you in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Are you in the right place? This is the civic tech section? Okay, that's cool. Welcome.
Hi, Alex.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Please
Paula
join us.
Hernandez.
Just, right there next to me is great. So we're going to do this in the...
Esto lo vamos a hacer al estilo Davos, pero espero que el evento no sea así porque tenemos más cosas que hacer. Cada uno de los participantes dará su presentación. ¿Cómo vamos a enmarcar esto? El tema es la
I think it's fair
tecnología
to say that
civil.
civic technology is one of the hottest buzzwords at the moment, which means that everyone is glomming onto it, trying to add the meaning that they want it to have. The challenge is differentiating what civic technology is from other kinds of technology. Civic, as you might know, is based on cities, right? So you could look at it from that perspective. You could also think of civic in terms of citizens, and I think that perhaps that's one of the most useful ways that we could think through it. Each one of these people is going to talk about how technology they're building is focused on citizens, something that has now been popularized in citizen-centric government, focusing on the needs of people as opposed to how governments themselves are organized, making the most of new technologies from the smartphone to cloud computing to data analysis and much more. Nice to see you. So, I'm going to start off with Alejandro Maza to my left, and then we'll go through each one of these speakers, and then we'll start to get into a bit of a discussion. So please, Alejandro, the stage is yours.
Hi, thanks, Alex. I'm Alejandro Maza, I'm CEO of OPI. We're a tech startup here in Mexico, and we do civic tech, as it's called. And what we do is we basically develop technology for governments to make better use of their data and to translate that into better public policy, more efficient and more effective public policy. Now, we actually started doing, like 5 years ago, something completely different. We started building small mobile apps so people could participate in really critical social issues. Then we would analyze all this information and we would knock on the doors of government officials and give them this new information to them. And we figured out that this didn't really work because we might go and get hundreds of thousands of citizens in Mexico to participate, but if you had someone on the other side of the door, a government official who didn't care to listen, then basically it all went to waste. And you increase the cost of further participation afterwards. People wouldn't want to participate if once they were engaged, nothing happened afterwards. So we figured out that the bottleneck was really in how we could use data that was already out there and channel the data for better public policy design, implementation, and evaluation. And that's what we're doing right now. We design systems, cloud-based systems, big data systems that allow us to tap in to the data that different government agencies are generating and make it easy to analyze in order to make better decisions. And I'm going to share with you 2 quick examples of what we're doing right now. So the Institute for Evaluating the Education Policy in Mexico is in charge of seeing what works in schools and what doesn't work in schools. So they gather a lot of data on the education system. They have the grades of the kids, of the students. They also have how the teachers were evaluated. They have if teachers missed a class, of the students failed or didn't pass a year, no? But all they see is what happens within the system. And in Mexico, what you have is that the system, the education system, isn't isolated. You might have a school that has a couple of bars in front of it, or you might have a school that has a public space in front of it. You might have a school that it's in a community that has very high education levels, and you might have another school that it's in a community where the kids' parents didn't finish high school or primary school. No, but this information isn't generated by the education system. So what we do is we provide this data to this institute in order for them to plan with all the information available and to make their plans and their evaluations open so other institutions, academic and public institutions can then collaborate with them in order to design better public policy. So basically, going back to civic tech, I think the main point here is to really work on the technology that has the power to change people's lives for good. It doesn't matter how many people participate if this won't result in an improvement in people's lives. And in order to do this, you have to figure out what's the need in each particular context. Because maybe in Chicago, it's a mobile app to report potholes, but I'm sure that's far from the truth in most of the communities in Mexico. So the big question is, how do we use technology as a means to an end? And then the end has to be to make people's lives better. And we right now are in a very exciting time because technology is available, it's really cheap to implement, and it's moving at a rate so fast that it allows us to really go in and change systems from the ground up.
Thank you very much. That was a useful frame. Certainly many people do feel that civic tech is technology for good. We can get into some of the complexities of that perhaps afterwards. Mikel, would you like to present now? In this case, how should we introduce you? Let's say, I know you through OpenStreetMap, and I think you're going to talk about that right now.
I come from OpenStreetMap. I think there's some slides, if we could load them up. Or if someone among us does not have slides, maybe just jump in. It would be good to have some visuals if we...
Okay, that would be fine.
We're here.
Beautiful.
So this is definitely a long time in coming and strange to be on the Open Government Partnership stage talking about OpenStreetMap. This is a project which was started somewhat in reaction to a lack of open government outside of government by people, regular people who thought, let's just do it ourselves. Over 10 years ago in the UK, geographic data was locked up in government agencies, very expensive, and if you were a coder, if you were someone who wanted to make maps, you did not have access to it. So Steve Coast, who unfortunately couldn't make it today, is the founder of OpenStreetMap, figured out that he had a GPS unit, he could walk around the streets of London, he could upload that onto the internet, convince all of his friends to do the same, and all of their friends to do the same, and eventually you'd have a map of the entire world. And this was all without use of existing open data. This was pretty much before open data existed as a thing, though it did critically make use of perhaps one of the most, one open data project which has unlocked, I think, the greatest value, which is the GPS system. So these are GPS traces of London, and there's just untold value that has come from all of us anywhere being able to know our location, including the OpenStreetMap project. And what could be more civic than mapping your own city, than walking the streets of where you live, collecting data about it, making it available to everyone, and using it for whatever you want to do, whether you're here in Mexico City, whether you're in Washington, D.C., where I come from, or whether you're from the Kibera slum in Nairobi, Kenya, where a place that was totally invisible 5 years ago is now fully on the map, all mapped by people who live there. Governments have started to notice, especially around the use of OpenStreetMap in crisis and in emergencies. In 2010, the Haiti earthquake, there was a real need for geographic data in order to inform the response, and it was lacking. OpenStreetMap responded and continued to respond. Most recently, the biggest response ever in Nepal, response to the earthquake, represented a collaboration between governments, the Nepal government, of course, but responding governments, international organizations, but critically, people on the ground like Kathmandu Living Labs. This is their outdoor situation room after the earthquake. They're making maps in OpenStreetMap, they're mapping reports in Ushahidi, they're making paper maps so that the data is accessible to everyone. And this is a key point about OpenStreetMap. This is open data that you can do whatever you want with, and anyone can contribute and anyone can use, including printing, or use in any application. Governments have begun to use it for preparing for the inevitable risk. Indonesia, the Jakarta city government uses OpenStreetMap to identify where vulnerabilities exist to flooding and other crises that they will inevitably face. And last year I had the privilege of being a Presidential Innovation Fellow, and very much led by humanitarian response, but increasingly across all government agencies, even domestic focused, there's an interest in doing something together, in working cross-agency, across government, outside of government, on creating data together. So we, to demonstrate that and do it, which really feels good when you actually work together, we had a mapathon at the White House. I encourage countries around the world to hold mapping parties in, deep into the seats of power as you can, because it is an incredibly fun way to collaborate beyond the traditional walls of institutions. We had a huge announcement yesterday. The National Action Plan, U.S. Government National Action Plan, third version, had a big commitment to OpenStreetMap, collaborate with citizens and global cartographers in open mapping. That included agencies like State Department and the MapGift Project, USAID, and Peace Corps, but also domestic-focused agencies which use OpenStreetMap data and open source software based on OpenStreetMap, like the National Park Service and the USGS. And this is a very, very tangible way of contributing to open government, of grounding the Sustainable Development Goals and global goals in things that you can actually do. We had a mapathon starting yesterday and then today, where we're mapping not only Mexico City, but Indonesia and Eastern Afghanistan. And there's a lot we can learn from OpenStreetMap. There's a lot of great data, but I think also a lot of great principles we can learn beyond working with open data, but working with collaborative data. OpenStreetMap is a community which is alive, which includes people who are from across civil society, academia, companies, all oriented under a very audacious goal to map the entire world. All of our processes and methodologies are completely transparent, and I think this is all a model that we can use for other sources of data. And finally, we have a lot of mapping sessions. There's 5 in total, and we're having an open mapping happy hour this evening, so you are welcome.
Thank you, Mikkel. So this is a useful frame to talk about the fact that technology for government isn't always made by government. In this case, it was co-created by people outside of government, in society, that can then be used in government or outside. It's an important reflection.
Yeah, and government had the graciousness and the humility to work in something that they did not entirely control.
I think that's something that we're all experiencing with technology now. So with that, would you like to, present next? Let's see if I can get this. Tony Towns-Whitley, is that correct?
Yes, Tony Towns-Whitley with Microsoft.
Yes.
We're going to do a little experiment here because I'm a former teacher, and if this were my classroom, many of you would fail because it's just a little too noisy. Do we think? Maybe? So just if you have children, just raise your hand for a moment. If you have children, raise your hand. If your children are school age, keep your hand up, please. If you believe that your children should graduate from school, keep your hand up, please. If you know the percentage of children in Mexico that graduate, keep your hand up, please. What is that percentage? 10% coming all the way through the system. 10%. So when you talk about Microsoft, our definition of civic technology and civic support is around any technology that drives citizen engagement, that improves communities, as well as improves government efficiency. And so Microsoft has been having this conversation for 40 years of its existence. Where we really see the difference over the last few years is in the explosion of emerging technologies, particularly around the cloud and what it provides, as well as around data. And you just heard my colleague talk about the data revolution that's happened. Microsoft has a number of technologies. We've made roughly $15 billion of investment over the last few years in bringing data platforms that can involve citizens and government to drive different outcomes. So specifically what we're going to talk about a little bit today is around two areas where we bring citizens in very real ways to engage with government. In Cape Town, South Africa, we had a project called Where's My Transport? That was a project that simply used crowdsourcing to bring citizens to highlight back to government what are the railways and transit lines that they use routinely to help government city planners determine what are the best new prospects for highways. That was an example of citizens engaging back to government with the data that they were actually providing to government for government decision making. Another example, in Barcelona, a city that has done quite a bit as it relates to tourism and data, we created just a Power BI, a Power Business Intelligence capability to take the data the government already had and provide it to the citizens. All types of data that they could use to drive from permitting to understanding the election results, all aspects. And here's what we learned. We learned a couple of things. OGP has been particularly focused on partnership, and they have a specific set of guiding principles between citizens and government. But if we want the private sector to engage more, we've got to apply those same principles to the private sector. We've got to create a triangulation. I have so many of you in the audience and others who say, how do we get the private sector to the table? Well, it's very easy. We have to apply the same guiding principles about bringing companies like Microsoft to include holding us accountable for transparency of our data, what we do with it, our platforms, providing some accountability for us. It would be interesting to ask for an annual report from Microsoft that spoke to the issues of citizen engagement. By creating trust, we want governments to be trusted by citizens. Companies like Microsoft want governments to trust in technology. So what we really want to say around civic technology is that we've got all kinds of capability, but we don't have an operating model that includes the private sector at the level we need to. We want that partnership to be applied across so that we can expose the data, we can acknowledge and certify that we are accountable to your standards, government by government. These are the expectations we want you to have of the private sector, but we have to build the trust both ways. So we've heard a two-way conversation. I think we have the opportunity for a three-way conversation going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So we just heard from one of the world's biggest software companies thinking about the civic side of things. I want to introduce the gentleman to my right, who I just had the opportunity to meet and see if I get this right. The Undersecretary and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Vaino Reinhardt. Is that close? And if you have heard of Estonia, a small republic in Europe, you might have heard of them in the context of being Estonia. They've been a pioneer in using technology in many ways in government, and we may hear of some of those.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Alex, and thank you also for inviting me to join the panel. But it's also good to see so many familiar faces here in the audience, and as you kindly said, I would indeed be happy to offer you some examples on how Estonia has been developing its e-governance system and the related services. Well, I've been asked to say, how did we get here, where do we stand, and where do we intend to go from here? Well, everything with regard to the electronic services in Estonia, well, as elsewhere, started in the early 90s when the small Estonian startup banks decided to take banking to the internet to make it possible for the general public to manage their funds in an electronic environment over the internet without leaving home. Today, more than 99% of the bank transactions are being done over the net. The government, of course, realized the potential of the development and the need to join in and to lead the way, as indeed the first users were growing to use the services and getting the things done online without leaving home. One by one, the government invented different electronic services We made the population register electronic, created electronic tax board, etc. As a backbone of the e-government, a data exchange layer called X-Road was designed. X-Road is a technical and organizational environment that enables secure internet-based data exchange between any kind of information systems. Today, more than 170 information systems and more than 2,000 services from both public as well as private sector are connected via X-Road to provide electronic services for people and companies, but also data exchange between government agencies. All Estonian governmental key databases and registers are fully electronic. Estonian government conducts all decision-making electronically, even the cabinet meetings. No paper documents are exchanged between the ministries during legislative drafting and consultations. All happens digitally, including consultations with the public. Much focus was also put since the start of educating the users, starting from children. Early in the 90s, we decided to computerize all the Estonian schools, to connect all the Estonian schools to the internet and offer the children from first grade on the best opportunity to get used to the computers. In total, today more than 85% of the Estonian population is connected to the internet, well, as it was indicated before, by the year 2020, when we expect to get close to 100%. One can easily connect to the internet everywhere in Estonia. To provide for secure and safe infrastructure, e-identity was introduced. Today we have the world's most advanced nationwide public key infrastructure, or simply put, the electronic identity system. In 2001, the nationwide ID card was introduced. Today, all the Estonian residents are legally obliged to have ID cards, and the ID cards also serves as a basic carrier of the identity for Estonian residents, both online as well as offline. Mobile ID was also created as an alternative to the ID card in order to be able to access to the services where technically one may not be able to use the electronic ID card. e-ID offers Estonia the opportunity to be the only country in the world with nationwide online elections. In 2005, Estonia became the first country in the world to hold nationwide elections using the method, and in 2007 we made headlines as the first country to use e-voting in parliamentary elections. Thanks to its convenience, e-voting is proving highly popular with the Estonian electorate. In the European Parliament elections in 2014, more than 31% of the votes were casted over the internet. In case of the e-voting, the cumulative time saved by the Estonian population in the Estonian parliamentary elections in 2011 were altogether 11,000 working days. In 2015 parliamentary elections, internet voting accounted for more than 30% of the votes cast. Estonians worldwide participated in the elections from 116 different countries. e-ID also offers an opportunity to sign electronic documents digitally, legally binding the same way as the paper signatures are. More than 175 million digital signatures were given over the recent couple of years. More than 40 million new signatures are given annually. For 1.3 million people, this is a significantly high number. Digital signing brings also great economic benefits. the estimate is that we've been able to save 2% of the GDP worth of time and money annually in Estonia by signing all documents digitally. Let me offer you a couple of other examples on what the services are, what the government is providing over the internet. I mentioned the tax board. I believe taxes are being done over the internet everywhere these days. In Estonia, more than 60% of the tax returns were submitted over the internet this year. It also takes a very little time to set up a company online. A company will be legalized usually within a few hours and will get registered usually on the same day. Estonia has also been able to set a world record of 18 minutes for full company registration in business registry. 99% of the companies these days are registered over the internet, and 100% of the companies submit their tax declarations over the internet. All the police patrol cars are equipped with computing devices and internet connections. The system gives the policemen an opportunity to connect with 15 databases, 3 of them outside of Estonia, directly via the X-Road system. The system has led to multi-fold increase in solved cases of police work. Another key innovation in Estonia is cutting-edge e-healthcare and e-prescriptions. Estonia was the first country in the world to introduce a nationwide electronic health record. All the medical data is accessible securely over the internet for the patients as well as for their medical doctors, of course. The medical doctors would prescribe the medicine for their patients, and the patients only need to make use of their ID cards to collect their medicines. One of the examples, what I believe...
Mr. Secretary, how much more do you have here?
Not much.
Not much? Okay, just wanted to...
One of the examples, what I believe is particularly interesting for this meeting here today is the e-law system, which is run by the Estonian Minister of Justice. We should probably more properly call it the electronic coordination system for draft legislation. It allows for the public access to every piece of draft law that has been submitted since February 2003. Readers can see who submitted the legislation, its status, and the changes made to it as it passed through the parliamentary process. Once an act becomes a law, it is published in the state online journal, another searchable database that acts as an open legal library. Projects as such create an unprecedented level of transparency in the state, cut down corruption, and encourage citizens to take an active interest in legislative affairs. And now where do we go from here? Last December, Estonian government decided to establish e-residency in order to give the non-Estonians, friends of Estonia, businesses outside of Estonia, to offer the e-residents with similar access to the electronic services what we do provide our population with. Another important step to be taken is to take the e-government cross-border, developing the cross-border data exchange and digital services in order to make the digital single market reality. And lastly but not less importantly, taking the digital signature EU-wide is our one of our major targets by 2020. So thank you very much indeed for your kind attention.
Thank you. So now we know exactly how much Estonia is done with e-government. I want to hear a bit more about their perspective here in Mexico.
That's right.
So let's see if I can get this right. Paula Angelica Hernandez Olmos.
Yes.
Did I get that right? From
Yes.
Coordinadora Nacional de Prospera?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
I think you'll be speaking in Spanish, correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Gracias.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to this forum. Paula Hernandez, I am the National Coordinator for Prospera, and I'd like to tell you about an initiative that we began in Mexico. This is a coordinated effort between the Presidency, UNICEF, the Ministry of Social Development, the Ministry of Health, and various academicians. But first, I'd like to tell you that what Prospera is. Prospera is a social inclusion program for conditioned monetary transfers. It was born 18 years ago, and then called Progresa, and from 1997 to 2002 Progresa, and it included three fundamental components: health, education, and nutrition. From there, it evolved to Oportunidades as of 2002 and all the way up to 2014. The program defined its target population following the three original components that I already mentioned, and as of 2014, this Prospera program was born. And in addition to continuing with the original components of health, education, and nutrition, we incorporated new components such as financial inclusion, labor inclusion, productive inclusion, everything within the framework, a legal framework as a social inclusion program. Currently, we serve 6.1 million families. What is Digital Prospera or Prospera Digital? The idea is to have a direct intervention with the families, with the women of Prospera. Our first pilot included an intervention that, using new mobile tools and technologies, sought to have a positive impact upon the behavior of the beneficiaries of Prospera with regards to health, with a special focus on maternal child health, and later focusing on financial inclusion. And then personalized content and interactions were created using SMS messages. And through their cell phones, we automatically delivered personalized or customized information for every beneficiary. In this way, every message sent is explicitly prepared to serve the specific needs of every one of the individuals who participated in this pilot program. In summary, what Prospera Digital seeks is to contribute to the effective exercise of social rights through the use of technology. The pilot I'd like to describe was held in 12 health units here in Mexico, in the state of Mexico to be precise. These health centers serve 5,000 Prospera families, and in order to test out the protocol and test out training mechanisms and incorporations, as well as the use of the platform itself, we required 3 social promoters, which belong to Prospera itself. We also had the involvement of jurisdictional health heads and people in charge of clinics and 8 auxiliaries, and 150 pregnant women or with newborn children. So what information did we obtain from our pilot program? 7,638 messages were received from the beneficiaries participating. Of these messages, we were able to identify 10 cases of risk, women having maternal child health risks that were channeled to the health services of the ministry. 70 beneficiaries received reminders for their medical visits, and we obtained 75% of the response rates from this entire flow of communication. These are images of the beneficiaries in Prospera, images of their training. And what are the results of this pilot program? What did the beneficiaries state after the program? First, they said they felt safer, more secure. The women and the beneficiaries interviewed stated that they felt more in control over their pregnancy. Secondly, this feeling of empowerment because they had a line of communication that they didn't have before. In addition to that, they mentioned that they felt better informed. The tools we provided them could be used in their prenatal medical consultations to start conversations with their own physician in the health centers. In other words, they were already informed in order to make the right questions in the health centers. This reduces the gap of knowledge in many things having to do with pregnancy. These women consider the messages a legitimate source of information, even more reliable than their relatives' opinion. In Mexico, it's very common for pregnant women to receive advice from their family. Everybody advises them and can even forecast whether they're going to have a boy or a girl. They have better services. Most would want these messages to be even more frequent. They feel that this customization or personalization is vital to feel satisfied with the service. Better planning has caused beneficiaries to envision a plan to manage their pregnancy, and they participate more. The rates of participation and adoption were much higher than what we foresaw, and they suggest a great potential for the project, and these reminders have generated very good responses from the participants. What's next? We want to continue with this pilot program. We want to expand it and run a larger pilot test. We're thinking about beginning this pilot program on November the 7th. We're going to have daily incorporations for 7 weeks, and now we're going to reach 400 clinics in 5 states of Mexico. And we're going to reach 600 towns that will be randomly selected, because I'd like to tell you that Prospera is the most assessed program in Mexico, and we want to continue being that most assessed program. That's why we're proposing to select the towns randomly so that we can have a solid assessment base. And what are the results we're expecting? We're expecting to have better mother-child health in marginalized populations, to reduce potential complications in pregnancy in order to avoid maternal mortality and reduce this indicator. At the end of all of this, the beneficiaries will use their phone routinely to receive messages that will ideally allow them to improve their social and economical conditions on their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So there's some perspectives. You've got a startup trying to innovate, being small and scrappy. You've got one of the world's biggest software companies trying to do technology a little bit differently, using what's available in the modern world and supporting cities and governments. You've got a distributed community of people making what we could describe as the Wikipedia of maps. I think we can call OpenStreetMap that, outside of government. Got someone doing mobile commerce, really jump-starting really over a generation and addressing the unbanking issue. And then you've got a pioneer in e-government, which is I think a great example of how you can see government itself build many of the technologies as opposed to other places. So this is a range of civic technologies. We could also bring up other examples too. People will talk about activists who use the internet to try to lobby in their parliaments or try to open up data from there. Describe the release of data, people using that. That's a major component of the descriptions here. But if we can dig into civic technology a little bit here for a moment, let's talk about what isn't civic tech. Maybe go down the line here. Can you give me an example of a technology that isn't civic and why? And start down there and then rock on. Yep.
Sure. So I think here with a bunch of these like buzzwords, it's really easy to fit everything you do into the term that everyone's using today. In civic tech, I think it's really important the principles behind the design of the implementation or of the technology itself. It's not just applying a particular technology to government or to empower citizens. It's how you design it and how you apply it. And that again goes to the context. And I'm going to give 2 quick examples. So, for example, data management programs and databases. They are designed for the private sector in order to protect the data, to keep it within the organization and not let it get away. If you're designing a data system for the public sector, you might want to design it to open up the data and let citizens and other organizations connect with us. It might be the same underlying technology, but the design principle underneath it and the objective is different.
So we say that maybe design makes a difference, something that focuses upon citizens as end users of it, something around them. What would you say? That something makes it something civic or not?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of definition, because if it is, well, I believe you would always recognize it with specific technology. It's at the same time facing some difficulties in defining it. But basically, the approach we have taken is that whatever the use of technology we could, which would bring the general population closer to the government, actually serves the purpose.
And then to you, obviously, mobile profoundly changes the ways that citizens can relate to each other and to government. Does that mean all mobile is civic tech?
Sí, gracias.
Yes, thank you, indeed. As I mentioned, we have a 6.1 million family program. Practically 1 out of every 4 Mexicans belongs to the program. The orography of our country is so extensive and complicated that sometimes doing this on a one-to-one basis would be highly complicated. In other words, the use of a technology such as this one allows us to establish direct, personalized contact, offering very effective results and befitting the goals of the post-millennium, meeting post-millennium goals, and allows us to reach these 30 million Mexicans with the civic technology. This is a technology that provides feedback because we are designing two-way technology. It comes and goes. And we are also receiving feedback with the information we're receiving from the families. Thank you. Usted ha estado fuera.
What would you say differentiates civic tech from other kinds of technology? Why?
Well, even OpenStreetMap, which is, I think, a great example of civic technology, can be used not as a civic technology. It all depends on the principles that you bring to your engagement with the technology and how you approach it. You can edit an OpenStreetMap and never talk to anybody, never engage with the local community. That's fine, you're creating data that's part of the commons, but what's really powerful is what goes beyond the creation of data in the map. It's the relationships, it's the discussions that happen, and how that connects to the Presidential Innovation Fellowship is important as governments get involved with communities like OpenStreetMap, which have their own norms and their own ways of doing things, that they also practice good citizenship and keep in mind the good principles of civic dialogue and civic participation.
Now, Microsoft has been a vendor of public sector software for some time. Yes. How do you think about the difference between civic tech and traditional government tech?
Well, I think the panel has all spoken to a combination of maybe not a clear definition of what is and what isn't, but what your goal and intent is. I'll tell you what I think it shouldn't be and what Microsoft is trying to move away from. Civic technology, from our perspective, isn't throwing devices at a social problem. Isn't a one-time, short-term, quick partnership without something that is sustainable. So I think we're defining civic technology as technology that has an impact on citizen engagement that is measurable over time. And so with that, we found, for example, for a decade in the US, we've been throwing devices in education without seeing a rise in educational outcomes and performance in student analytics. So we've learned over time that civic technology can't be just technology thrown into a civic environment. It actually has to have infrastructure, it has to have support, it has to have a new way of dialogue and maybe a new operating model to start to drive towards impact.
Whenever I have these conversations, I keep hearing a woman named Lauren Ellen McCann's voice in my head. She's at the Open Technology Institute, and she's really interested in this space. She speaks a lot, and she says, build with, not for. Right? Build with the communities that you want to serve, and for me that often differentiates what is civic, literally focuses upon the needs of people and how they search for information, how they engage with things where they are, coming to join them in conversations like we're having online right now, versus simply giving them something, as you say, tossing them a phone. we sent some questions around. I know we're a little bit shorter in time than I might have liked because there's a lot here we can keep expanding on. What's the most important example of civic tech you haven't talked to so far that we should be looking at as something to build upon and scale? And I'll start down here. This time
I have
we'll
the
go
mic. I didn't get rid of it fast enough. I think probably for Microsoft, if I look at Mexico for a moment, just to ground us in this beautiful locale, I started off talking about high school graduation rates for a reason. Probably the single most significant thing we're looking to do here is around digital inclusion. And we believe that with education, there's a life cycle effect, that if you can get more students and teachers and parents and school leaders engaged, it has multiplier effects on the community and on the society far beyond education. Yes, within the sector, but obviously to other sectors. And we've been able to look at the correlations between, if you will, the tax earning individuals, the ability to look at health outcomes, the ability to look at incarceration. And so we're looking at education as an inclusion opportunity. If we go country by country as an organization here, looking at digital inclusion, we believe in education, the outliers and the multipliers are so significant that that represents probably the best opportunity going forward.
Thank you.
I'd like to build also on education, because it's something that within the OpenStreetMap community we're focusing on increasingly. When you create data in OpenStreetMap, it is live immediately to the entire world. And when you bring something like that into the classroom, when students and teachers can do something which is not just an exercise, but is actually part of participation and contributing to something more, that I've seen that engage students like nothing else. So there's, I think, something to pick up on there. There was a session yesterday where we talked about open government curriculums, where we'd have students actually participating in the kinds of things we're discussing here. So I second education. That's a great place to focus.
Do you have an example?
Sí, con todo gusto.
I'll be glad to. I mentioned that Prospera is a social inclusion program, a program whose background comes from 2 fully evaluated prior programs, and even though the results are favorable in health, education, and nutrition, but ultimately the inequality and poverty gap has not been overcome. So Prospera provides, we want to see Prospera as giving financial labor inclusion, and why not digital inclusion to its beneficiaries, to the most poor, to the poorest families in Mexico, as a tool, have Prospera as a tool for information and a tool that will also allow them to overcome poverty and the conditions they are living under. Thank you.
What would you look at as a notable example, perhaps outside of Estonia's borders?
It's free internet for all.
That sounds good. Okay.
I already talked about an example work on education here in Mexico, but there's another big implementation we're working on, and it's a tool that we're developing with several agencies in the Mexican government that will allow citizens to monitor how climate change is affecting them in their daily lives, and then to trace that back to the actions that the agencies or the industry are taking to prevent that, and also to take action themselves on a community level in which way they could prevent climate change from affecting their daily lives. So it's big data analytics, but focused on the citizen, centered on the citizen.
Well, thank you. I know that we are supposed to be cutting it short. So I'll leave you with a quick thought on this, since this is something I've been trying to track for a while. There's been a whole outcrop now of venture-backed civic tech startups in the United States and around the world. It's not just scrappy nonprofits and individuals. There's a whole range of interest. And so you have things like Nextdoor, OpenGov Incorporated, who are coming into the space. And sometimes you see the evolution of people using them in large amounts, and what almost inevitably happens is they're adapted to the context of the cultures and societies that they're put within. And they often mirror the biases and inequalities within them. This is something that's cropped up in the United States recently, where someone is using a group messaging application to track people around Georgetown, which is a Tony part of Washington, D.C.
guess what happened? Disproportionately focused upon people of color. In every single example, there have been crime maps. People are reporting, unfortunately, people who have disproportionate racial component. It's been reflected upon the technology. To me, civic tech is not necessarily something that simply mirrors the existing inequalities or differences in society, but allows people to see them and then do something about them. This is one reason I'm excited about what I see as the data journalism movement around the world. That's the peanut butter to the open data jelly, because they actually make something out of it. So if you see that there's a disparity in school attendance because some schools don't have sanitary facilities for teenagers, which means the girls are dropping out, and you create an application which allows people to petition government, to contact government to fix it, then you can change the outcomes for people on the ground. It's not simply saying that something exists, but giving people the tools to do something about it. And that, to me, is what civic technology should be, right? Giving people information and empowering them to do something about it and giving them a voice in government beyond which they could have before, and perhaps moving them together towards collective action. Maybe that's kind of a secret way of getting towards democracy, but I think open government is founded upon that. And certainly being here in Mexico as a journalist, I feel very strongly that that freedom of expression is something we should be celebrating too. Our next panel is going to be focused on, on subnational governments, and we'll have some discussions upon the challenges they have as well. I want to thank you all for coming here. I wish we'd always had more time. And thank you all here as well. If you'll stick around, we're going to do a switcheroo and then come right back. So thank you. going to try to make this as interactive as possible. That means if you all see an opportunity to comment on what someone else is saying, I want you to jump in. As you know, as people from the States know, we have a GOP debate going on there tonight. They're all going to be very touchy about getting enough time. I know sometimes mayors can be as well. So if you want to get some more time, let me know. If you want to speak to something that you have particular experience with, hop on it. This is not meant to be something that's stayed. So let me start with you, though, okay? Because I know we wanted to get you right into the discussion here. Do you see differences in how mayors are posed challenges in open government than people at the state or federal level?
All right. So so I'm from the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, and the setup with the Philippines is kind of different because local governments are more decentralized, if you say, compared to most. Now, what we did so addressing your question, is it different when it comes to doing OGP perhaps in the national government compared to the subnational governments? In our experience in the Philippines is that subnational governments bring into the scenario the flavor of the local context and a more direct service delivery because they're in the front line, the nearest to the citizens, if you want to call it that way. Now imagine in the Philippines, we have 7,100 islands. We have 81 provinces, 143 cities, 1,400 municipalities and more than 64,000 villages, all of which have their local independent governments. So what and ULAP, the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, is the mother organization of all of these local governments in the Philippines. Now how we do it in the Philippines is that ULAP partners with the national government, particularly the Department of Interior and Local Government and the Department of Budget and Management, in order to have a performance-based incentive program, which we call the Seal of Good Local Governance. So it's a carrot and stick method, meaning the stick is that the national government provides for a set of indicators that tell local governments what they should be performing in terms of transparency, disclosure, service delivery, business competitiveness, environmental protection, and disaster preparedness, among others. And what national government does is to complement the performance benchmarks with incentives, meaning more access to programs, funding facilities, just like the grassroots participatory budgeting, which won the Gold Award from OGP last year, and more infrastructure projects. And ULAP, as the Organization of Local Governments, provide the consensus building, the political buy-in with the dialogues, and we do partnership building for the local governments with the citizens and the private sector. Now, what's the core message that we do, which I'd like to share to the town hall today? The message that we're having in the Philippines is that if you're performing LGU, then you will have access to all of these funding facilities. And if you're a non-performing LGU, then you're left behind. Of course, you have trainings and capacity building given to you, but it's also a matter of comparison, and maybe our mayors could also attest to that. If you're a mayor or a governor here, and you're not getting anything, and the mayor or governor nearby gets all these awards, all these programs, people see it. The civil society and the media gets to report it. So people ask questions. Why aren't you passing your transparency seal? Why aren't you delivering the services they're supposed to give you? So what we generate in the process is a demand for better service delivery, for openness in the subnational governments, and the political will not just coming from government, but also from civil society and other actors. Now, what have we done so far? What have we done so far? 93% of local governments have passed the transparency component of the seal. From 53% when we started, we have now 67% of local governments who are able to provide for maternal health services. Business and banks rely on the seal in order for local governments to be able to access loans, etc. So what we've changed in the process, and that's why it's different, is that in the subnational governments, we're seeing a change from traditional politics to more evidence-based informed distribution of resources. It's different because you feel it more in the subnational level. The outcomes are faster to measure than when you look at it in terms of the national perspective, especially in a country like us, which is very diverse and we have different terrains. How can you have projects that you could assure would reach upland communities and isolated islands? So it's a very unique characteristic that we have to contend with. That's why even when we started committing to the Open Government Partnership, we've started with this program already, and that's where we are for now.
Thank you for sharing that. I think each one of you has no doubt dealt with communities and different perspectives. She mentioned, I think, politics playing into this. We'll start with a place I'm familiar with, and then we'll go to other cities. Mayor Williams, we have the Nationals because of you, which is something we should be grateful for. It's a baseball team. They've done all right recently. The finances of the city also were improved. But DC has had all kinds of troubles with corruption over time. What's the thing you're the most proud of doing with respect to making the city more open and transparent, and why did it work?
I think the finances were a mess because the management was a mess. The management and the finances were a mess because the governance was a mess, because there was corruption. I wouldn't say that we were the only city in the country that was corrupt. There are many states in the country that are corrupt. Many other cities in the country have corruption problems. But what I try to communicate to our people who were looking for something different when they elected me, because I wasn't a traditional politician, was that what we had to do was restore what I call the public realm. And the public realm is our shared responsibility. The public realm isn't just a physical space. It's really shared responsibility. And the essential part of the public realm is public trust and accountability, stewardship, financial good practices feed into that. Transparency feeds into that. We had, I think, the biggest freedom of information law passed during my tenure we've ever had. My policy was every communication between staff members is ultimately going to end up in the paper, so make sure you write it well and you analyze it well. Don't try to hide it. Don't try to sugarcoat it. Just be direct with people, and it worked. We had 4 citizen summits when I was mayor. Everybody laughed at them. All the political class laughed at them. The whole notion of the Citizen Summit was to have the people in the city, the citizens in the city, actually involved in decision making. Everybody said nobody would come. 4 times, over 3,500 people. The first 2 times, 4,500 people came and spent 8 hours talking about a strategy for the city. That's openness, accountability, and transparency.
Thank you, Mayor. Turn over to my left. The experience in Albania and the city, if you look at taking a risk to become more open, sometimes people in the press will beat you up. How do you make that the case to the people you're serving with that they should be more open and transparent and shift it towards being more collaborative? What's an example of working towards that you would share?
All right, thank you very much. I sure hope the OGP is more interested in the GOP debate. I am actually very impressed that the OGP is moving to the subnational level. Let me say this for starters. I've been in Mexico City for the last couple of days. No one talks about the president. Everybody talks about the mayor. The taxi driver talks about the mayor who wants newer cars that use less fuel or better fuel. They talk about the mayor and the hours of traffic. They talk about the mayor and the building permits. And I am glad that the OGP, 4 years late, understood this, because I think we are cities and cities are us. And in many ways, none of us says I was born in so-and-so state, or I fell in love in so-and-so state, or I want to die in so-and-so state. No, everybody connects to a city. And I think now that with urban developments, almost
or at least more than half of the world's population lives in a city, I think the necessity for openness is primarily key to cities and mayors and city managers. So I think we have a very healthy race within the OGP between mayors and central government officials on who exercises more actions on openness. Now, all of this is coming from a guy who's been in the job less than 3 months. So I'm very curious to hear what I have to say about this. But there's two ways mayors deal with what they find. One is to blame the other guy and to say, this is the way I found the budget, this is the way trash was on the street, or to open up to the public, sometimes with a sense of honest resignation, to sort of say, this is the state of affairs of a budget, or this is the state of affairs of waste collection contracts, and work with the public to deal with it. So I'll share how I dealt with both of these problems. We found a huge deficit. In terms of numbers, it was twice the budget of the municipality in terms of debt for the current year. You want to do first things first. So we said, look, the adults can wait, but what cannot wait was 31 kindergartens that we had to start in operation before the end of the summer when people came back from the holidays. So first we admitted in a sign of openness that we were broke, and then we invited the public to brainstorm on how we deal with this. So we put a challenge to fundraise $2 million in 7 days and get the private sector to cover all of the kindergartens in the capital of Tirana in our first week of office. Then we got parent boards to pick up and write to companies, whether it's cell phone companies of the cell phones they used, or banking companies where they did their banking, but companies that made or did well in the city that produced 50% of the GDP. So the argument is, if capitals or big cities are producing a certain amount of the GDP, also the same proportional amount of generosity should come back to those communities. So within 7 days, we were able to raise, by these 31 parent boards, $2 million. And now Albania has probably, or Tirana has now probably some of the best kindergartens. We had parents serve as engineers, supervisors of the works that the companies took over, but it was a way to do in a minimum amount of time what traditional ways of tendering and procurement and all the procedures would otherwise take. Another one, we face a similar situation with waste, very similar to our neighbors in Italy or in Lebanon, in Beirut, where basically mayors blame either bad contracts that the previous guy did, so that's the reason why you cannot clean the city. So we told people, look, the truth of the matter is companies haven't been paid for 8 to 9 months in terms of waste collection. But there's nothing wrong with a city of 1 million people picking up a brush and a bag and collecting trash. We got people to download a device called Trash Out, in which everybody could map where piles of trash had been collected during the campaign and in between the transition in the city. So people were able to pinpoint to about 4,500 places where trash was not collected during the transition time. Funny enough, in a place where volunteer work was despised because of our communist past, where everybody was obliged to do volunteer work, which sounds like an oxymoron, amazing that over 100,000, yes, I agree, amazing that tens of thousands of people showed up, and instead of looking at the city or the government as the enemy who's broken should go down, but see the government as one of them, as a system that makes the city go around, and everybody, despite the urban myth that no one volunteers, showed up and did some volunteer work. So it worked perfectly well for us.
See if that was working there. So if you ask Parisians, do you think that they would go pick up trash? Or are there other things that you've asked them to help with that they've given you advice or feedback on that have led to changes in the city?
Thank you. I want to explain our experience of participatory budgeting process in Paris, because it is a great experience of democracy. People participate and to choose a lot of projects for the city. The mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, commit to dedicated 5% of the city's capital fund to the participatory budgeting process, BP. It means during the mandate of the mayor, the Parisians will decide themselves how to spend around 500 million euros. It's a great account. This means about 100 million euros per year. This is a significant amount and one of the biggest BP in the world. Why we do the BP and what are the impacts? In France and more widely in Europe, more and more people have lost confidence within their representatives. Inhabitants are less keen to involve themselves in public matters, or a lot of them turn their intention or their vote toward nationalist or populist parties. It's a reality. We live now in an economic and also political crisis. So Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, strongly believes that inhabitants are able to build the future of their city, and they have to be included more tightly in the decision-taking process. This is a mean to build more confidence between inhabitants and their representatives, but also a new relationship between inhabitants and their administration, and finally a new relationship between the elected members and the administration too. The BP is a kind of declaration of confidence for the inhabitants. As a city government, we have confidence in the inhabitants, their expertise, their care, the knowledge of the city as users of the city. As a city government, we trust in our future generations. By encouraging the Parisian youth to take part of this process, we can contribute to the citizenship and make them feel part of the community. Because every Parisian can vote, young people before they can vote, and stranger people too that live in Paris. This is an inclusive project, and to push the youth people to interest for the public affair. More widely, the BP process is a way to include everybody within the city. Every component matters, whatever you are young, you are old, you are immigrants, vulnerable, geek, not connected. We are a member of the Parisian city, that's our project. You can participate to the collective decision and participate to what we call in French, le vivre ensemble, the way of living together. As conductor of this new and innovative democratic process in Paris, my role is to enroll every Parisian in this democratic evolution, and then I can explain after how exactly we made this project. Thank you.
So participatory budgeting has become, I think, a real trend around the world. Many different cities are trying it now. It's very interesting to see how there's more of a risk in giving people the opportunity to have a say in how their money is being spent. Is this something that you've tried in South Africa, or are there other examples that you might also lift up that people may not be familiar with from your city?
No, thank you very much. Well, I'm going to answer through the lenses of a developing country, because I think there are glaring differences and distinctions between developed and developing countries in the manner in which we discharge our responsibilities, but also the degree of complexity of the challenges that are confronting us. I think everyone will admit that urban spaces are highly contested spaces. So there are different voices that are competing, some of whom are even opposing each other. And you find that the ones that get prominence and ultimately prevail is those that are associated with the establishment, they are the privileged, and they are the more informed. So the less informed or ill-informed are in the periphery, and they are denied an opportunity to participate meaningfully in decision-making, in constructing a future outlook that they want to see in their own cities. Now, one of the things that we have done in our country is that public participation is legislated. So by law, you are compelled to engage with the broadest range of and multiplicity of views that exist in the urban space. But like I said, the biggest deficit is that there's the ill-informed and uninformed, because they don't have the necessary tools, and primarily that is the information at their disposal to make informed decisions. So that's the one part. So you will find that the hegemonic voices, the ones that finds expression, are those that have information, and of course, they are associated with privilege. Now, one of the things that we have initiated in our city is the rollout of what we call free Wi-Fi. It's the biggest public-run free Wi-Fi service on the African continent. We now have over 1 million unique users in a city of about 3.5 million people. And to date, since its inception about 13 months ago, we have 35 million connections. So that tells you about the appetite of people to accumulate and exploit, discover new knowledge, and use that to participate in formulating the future of their own city. We have also found that 57% of the people who are using that service are 35 years and younger. And this for us is very powerful, because in this 3.5 million population of our city, 66% of them are 35 years and younger. Now, for us to be able to derive what I refer to as the demographic dividend, you need to invest in the democratization of that space. And free Wi-Fi gives you the unique possibility of doing exactly that. So beyond it just being legislated, you are giving power to the communities, to young people, to formulate the kind of city that they want to see. And of course, they are able to protect their interests and advocate for the kind of future that they want to see. So for me, that has been a very enlightening experience. And we want to continue to build up on that experience. And I'm sure that in that way, we'll be able to craft a better city, an inscription of new voices. So the diversity of the voices that are going to come out can only help to build a better and brighter future going forward.
Thank you for your reflection. Mr. Mayor, I noticed on the way here there's some Wi-Fi in the park. It's good to find out. But I also noticed that there were swarms of police on the way here too. Concerns about marches, protests. Mexico City is a huge place with very challenging issues, just like any big city. How have you approached making it more open to its people? What's been your biggest challenge there? And if you would share with us, what's been the biggest failure so far, since we're trying to be more open about these things?
Yes, of course. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to welcome you all. And after that, I would like to be able to say that it seems to me that this forum has a great opportunity because it shows certain steps. And from what I've heard from the mayors of the world, not from this forum, but others, we share many issues, many problems. They're similar. Corruption, the problem of the need for infrastructure, issues having to do with mobility, resilience. It seems to me that these issues are similar in many cities. Now we're talking about transparency, openness. We're talking about making an open city. How can we make an open city? I think that here we have heard some very important guidelines. I share the idea that we need to equip citizens to participate. Wi-Fi, I think, is an important task. Today, Mexico City is working considerably in equipping many spaces, such as the one you saw today, many venues, such as the one you saw today, equipping them with Wi-Fi. Secondly, we already have a law for open data, an open city law that we will promulgate or that will be passed in very briefly. Very soon, I'm sorry. We're also working with Bloomberg Philanthropy in order to have some kind of framework to learn about hirings. And for that, we have another alliance with OCP so that Mexico City can make these hirings or more transparent. I think that we are the first city that with this joint work with Bloomberg and OCP will give a clear it will show clearly that it's interested in transparency. Another task we have with the World Bank is intended to know what the agenda of government is. If people want to know what the commitment of government is and the degree of progress and its agenda, people can become familiar with these things step by step. Normally it was done through paper, but with our project with the World Bank, people will have access to a dashboard, and it will allow people and us also to be very clear on our planning. Mexico City needs to serve 17 million people every day. And we interact with more than 21 million people every day. Our collective transportation system, the subway, needs to move more than 5 million people every day. And our water infrastructure, more than 13,000 kilometers of drinking water networks and 12,000 kilometers of sewerage. And if I just focused on repairing leaks, I wouldn't last very long in my proposal. Do we need more resources? Yes, of course. That's why in this administration, we're seeking a capital fund like the one Paris has. But Paris has an authority in charge of public transportation and public transportation has its own financing, which is not the case in Mexico City. Mexico City is a capital city, and it needs to look for its own resources, which is 40-60 with respect to federal participation in this funding. I think it's important for citizens to become increasingly involved because something that hurts any city, Mexico City included, is corruption. If we are able to perfect our transparency mechanisms, like in our project with the World Bank and with Bloomberg, with IMCO, which is another institution from Mexico City, we are going to make very important progress. I believe that these mechanisms have already been tested out. We're not going to experiment whether they work or not. They have already been tested. Now, in Mexico City, it is our obligation as public servants to submit our patrimonial statement and to submit our income statement and also a conflict of interest statement, which is also something that today's societies are very interested in. And with regards to your question, I think refers to capital cities. Mexico City, the protest you saw today, the protest has nothing to do with Mexico City. This is something that people are protesting against another entity. But because federal powers are here, that's why they come to Mexico City. On average, we have at least 4 protests in different points of the city that we need to, of course, serve. Nevertheless, we're growing in tourism with more than 2 million tourists that have been consolidated, and this represents 13 million a year. So this is a city in expansion, and the challenge it faces today in terms of transparency is to consolidate a mechanism with an ethics code for public servants, with an open data law, with open data in its innovation lab, which is already in operation, with greater contact with the interns. And I think compacting, and I think that we mayors should share this, to compact our standard or paperwork systems. When I started this administration, there were 5,000 formalities for different things. Now we have 1,400. That's what you call deregulation, and I think that's one way of working against corruption.
You also have experience, hearing myself all of a sudden, with cities in Mexico. Do you want to share what's working from outside of government and what you'd like to see change?
Claro, con mucho gusto.
I would be happy to. Is it working? We're VCP Sinbad Mexico, which is a civil society organization, and we've been working with the city government and other governments in Mexico very closely to improve services, in particular transportation. We're part of the WRI that is a member from the onstart of OGP, and we follow, we're working more closely with them. And when you talk about that, they talk about more than Mancera, than the president in the city. I think in every city that's the case because the local government is closer to the citizenry. When we, as a citizen, if we open the faucet and there's no water, and on the street there's a pothole, our life has a much closer relationship with the local government than with other governmental entities. Therefore, the establishment of a good relationship between government and citizens starts with this local relationship with the local government. That's why we're very happy the recent passing of the possibility for a pilot program through local governments, because this will be a great step towards transparency. When we work to transform local governance, we need to open and move from intention to action, and to consider a city a project, to create and articulate clear leaderships to fulfill projects, to have leadership and teams, and assign or allot resources. Because oftentimes a priority has a different funding allotment and mobility. We've said this. We continue to say that the priority is a pedestrian, but there are no resources for pedestrians. And in some cases, we do need to align things much more clearly between what the goal and the budget is, and also articulate citizen engagement mechanisms. I'd like to give you an example that we've seen closely, that I believe to be a very good example in terms of governance in the broader sense of the word. Considering governance as the way, the relationship between the government, organized citizens, and stakeholders come together to obtain better services for citizens. And in this case, I'm going to consider the Metro bus, which is the very important public transportation system in the city. What Metro bus accomplished, it started with a single line 10 years ago, and now the 6th one is being built, and we're going to have a 7th and 8th one. So is it really? What actually changed for this project was the governance in the transportation sector itself. And in my mind, that was the most difficult part. Yes, there are budget programs, their budgets are low, but most often the projects that are most difficult to implement in our cities are the ones that call for changing the relationships of power existing between government and private sectors, or between the government and certain sectors of the society. That's why I consider that this project has remained and grown during these 10 years, because since its inception, we never considered it as a project to change, but to create an infrastructure where there's an entity that oversees the quality, that understands what is happening and interacts. In the first line of the Metro bus, many trees had to be sawed down. That was a serious program. People would tie themselves to the trees. It was somewhat dramatic. But what happened after this very important interaction with the citizens is, and the next line, we were also discussing how the next bus was going to be put into operation, and that with the same importance, tree 57 was going to die if it wasn't watered. So for me, I saw how participation and inclusion can truly change and improve every project that we are embarking on.
So this brings us to an opportunity to get some conversation going. I've asked for questions to be tweeted online too, so we can get to the answers as quickly as possible. You know, we talk about open government in the context of transparency and accountability being one pillar, collaboration being another, and participation being important too. These, I think, are in many cases democratic principles. In many cases around the world, access to information has become, I think, a pillar of democratic societies. It's something that we think of as a right in many cases. However, it's often quite painful, I think, for governments at the state level, particularly when pesky reporters just won't stop asking questions. In DC, as you say, you passed a law on that count. What advice would you give to other mayors who pass their own laws or are seeking to deal with them? How do you get over that transparency hump, as I think Francis Mudd called it this morning, to a different place where people are, well, frankly, getting beyond that perception of corruption because they see more because the requests are getting answered?
In the old model of a city, okay, a mayor is here's the conflict. The public wants, your citizens want you to achieve A, B, and C. And you want to maximize participation, but when you maximize participation, everybody has a say, and it makes it slower to do A, B, and C. And there's a built-in tension there. In the old days, mayors could hire who they wanted, they could contract with whom they wanted, and they could keep it all private, and it was easier to get things done. Yes, there was a lot of corruption, and that was a problem. The new mayor has to figure out a way to have open participation with accountability, without all this discretion, and still get things done. And the only way you can do that is by educating, empowering your people, and having them feel a shared responsibility for the outcome. Your citizens can't feel that they can be up in the anchor booth doing color commentary, and then if it doesn't happen, they can blame somebody else. They have to feel that they're part of the solution. It's not finger pointing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you want to speak to that?
I just want to make the point that corruption disproportionately affects the poor, and therefore the ability of the local state to resolve the stubborn social problems gets to be severely undermined. So in many parts of developing countries, the pressure point is around restoring the dignity of your people, making sure that they've got potable, clean running water, sanitation, and decent housing. So for as long as you are able to demonstrate how in Asia, in resolving the problem of corruption affects the poor, I don't think you are going to be successful in mobilizing communities to stand up for their own rights and demanding clean and accountable government. So I think it's important that there's a greater appreciation of that relationship. Secondly is that where there is the project of democracy prevails, it has a relationship with prosperity. I mean, there's a rich body of literature that shows that where democracy finds traction, it's followed by prosperity. So I think it's important that even the marginalized and the poor gets to be informed and educated about their rights so that they are able to mount struggle in pursuit and victory of those rights. And in that way, you are able to entrench democracy. You have an activist citizenry, and the future can only be bright from there.
Then on the notion that, making data more available makes corruption as a concept more real because they see more. We had to go through that pain, because we were, local governments, subnational governments had to disclose their budgets and their expenses on a quarterly basis. So you can just imagine, But it's a pain that you have to go through because that's the political will that's supposed to be there. So in terms of what we suggest to the local governments is just to keep on doing it and produce the proof of concept that you can respond to the comments and the suggestions or even, the negative criticisms that you get from the citizens that look into your data. For instance, if they ask, this is how we build the roads where you see there isn't. They keep on saying, you should be spending on this, but this isn't there yet. So you have to explain. It's harder in terms of the time, as Mayor said, but that is the only way that you can show the people that open governments work. It is the only way that you can show the people that, inclusive processes produces results that are meaningful to you. Because if we just make the decisions on ourselves, it becomes blind to what other sectors in society, the indigenous peoples, the persons with disabilities, women, children, fisher folk, farmers, you get to be blindsided by some perspectives in terms of where your priorities are. But open the data to them, make them interpret it in terms of what's real to them, and you get a kind of subnational governance that really makes a difference, that becomes meaningful to all the stakeholders involved.
Thank you for that. I've got a question. I do want to make sure I get someone from the audience in here. Mr. Mayor, this one came to you, not surprising in this town. Why, after years of talking about open government and open data, are you not adopting the Open 311 standard?
In fact, we have ahead of us, our task for open is coming up with a law. The law that will be released in Mexico City is an open city law. It will mandate, compel everybody. I think it goes beyond the budget. The budget is not the only thing we need to make open every 3 months, 6 months. It should be transparent permanently. This is a permanent demand. How are we going to accomplish this? Well, that's why we have this law that will be effective in Mexico City, this open data law. That's why we're creating this mechanism with international bodies, because consultation or queries can be done anytime. We don't need to prepare for the month of information, but rather the information should be there always. And the data will not only be about money spent, but rather how you selected the winner of the tender or how you made the decision of one or another project. Forgive me, sir, I can't hear you.
In here too. But do you need a law to be passed to adopt a standard for 311? And if people aren't familiar, 311 is a way to submit non-emergency requests to a city. So there's a downed tree, there's a pothole, there's a problem that's become quite a thing in the civic tech world because people can build applications on top of them so you can submit through mobile applications. So I think the question is, why not adopt the standard so that people can build on top of your data?
Well, when are we going to make this adaptation? Well, I think that Mexico City is in the process of adaptation, in fact. And therefore, we need to involve citizens. How is Mexico City going to do about this? I heard a very specific example, and that example is participative budget. Participative budget in Mexico City is even organized by the voting authorities themselves. These voting authorities ask people, what do you want out of these options for your neighborhood? And the decision is made there as to what you as an individual want to propose. How long will the process last? What kind of process are we going to follow? Why hadn't it been done before? It seems to me that in corruption, we sort of enveloped it, even with certain mechanisms such as data classification. We still have this data classification. You classify certain information, and that is reserved information, and nobody has access. I think that's what we need to clear out, not only here, but in every other action we take. Everything needs to point to transparency. The best mechanism against corruption is transparency.
Run over, so I'm going to call it. Thank you to all of you for offering your reflections, for traveling from near and far. I hope that you'll continue this conversation. If the subnational movement in OGP continues to grow, your experiences, your thoughtfulness, hopefully if you can create some space to share some of your mistakes and failures, I know that is one of the most important things. And as much as I would like, as a journalist who covers open government, to get you to talk about how you screwed up an office on stage, I know it's difficult for you to do that. Maybe mayors who've left, it's a little bit easier. But I think that is the way that you'll see the most improvement over time, if you can get those kinds of failures so you can understand how they've been addressed and move forward. I may tweet you again about this 311 issue there, since I see you are very active, and to check in too, because now I have a relationship with this city. Thank you all for joining us for this. We do have more of a program. I think the executive director of OGP is going to come up and talk a little bit about some more things as the course of the day goes on. But if you would give all these folks a hand for their time today, and keep the conversation going.
And don't worry for the fireworks.
Okay, where is Mr. Heller?
Good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long day and it's almost mezcal time, so I promise that this will be a short, exciting, uplifting session. We're going to do two things. Firstly, we're going to hear from one of our new countries in OGP, who's just going to briefly tell us why they joined this morning. Secondly, we're going to have time to truly celebrate the Open Government Awards. I know earlier today some of the talks were unable to take place. We're very keen to celebrate them from the main stage here and hear from some of our winners. So we're going to do that in the next 20 minutes and then everyone will be free to go. But firstly, I have the great honor of introducing the Minister Charles Kofi Dibi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire is one of the newest countries to have joined OGP this morning. He's also acted as President for the Council of Ministers in West Africa and President of the Administration Council for Investment Banking and Development of the Economic Community of West African States and became Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2012. So we're very excited that Côte d'Ivoire is now joining OGP. All of you have translation. Minister.
Je voudrais préciser qu'il s'agit de la déclaration de l'un des derniers pays à avoir adhéré à l'OGP. Alors permettez-moi d'en faire la lecture. Déclaration de la Côte d'Ivoire au sommet mondial Open Government Partnership 2015 à Mexico. Monsieur le Président de l'Open Government Partnership, Mesdames et Messieurs les participants, honorables invités, la Côte d'Ivoire partage pleinement les valeurs du partenariat ouvert et souhaite ainsi promouvoir la transparence.
Okay, we've got this going, pardon. We want to promote transparency and citizen participation into public action so we can have shared interaction. Côte d'Ivoire has always respected the open government principle. We're committed to a decentralization process in order to guarantee fully the participation of communities. Under the direction of the Honorable President of the Côte d'Ivoire, the process of reinforcing transparency has sped up in these past years. The specific measures adopted in keeping with the open government partnership 2013 mandate that have to do with preventing and fighting corruption. And those that relate to the statute of limitation on certain property, mandate 2013 states that the jurisdiction, the composition, and the performance of high authority for proper governance has been accepted. Additionally, we have another similar review for open access to data. Now, in keeping with respecting the decisions adopted in October 31st in London 2013 in OGP, Côte d'Ivoire committed to put in motion measures so it can be accepted as an eligible country and a member after having submitted its letter of intention. These actions had to do with publishing the 2015 finance law. This was already accepted by the National Assembly. Likewise, the 2013 audit has been published. This includes accountability, and we also reported on 2013 budget performance. Côte d'Ivoire is overjoyed to be part of the OGP, and we are firmly resolved to working with OGP members. Côte d'Ivoire fully underwrites the September 2011 declaration that sets these elements forth. The strategies coming from the National Plan 2016 to 2020 is currently in place, and our participation will enable us to reinforce the governance framework in order to guarantee investments and have a participative and inclusive governance. I want to express my heartfelt thanks to all the members of OGP and thank the classified members who helped us join the membership. I am absolutely honored and thrilled by this summit because we can become inspired through stories that we are hearing from the fellow members. And in closing, I want to thank the government of Mexico for having put this summit together. I want to thank you for the generosity that you've expressed to me and to my team. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We look forward to Côte d'Ivoire being an active participant in OGP over the coming years. Now we have an extremely exciting today. The OGP Awards is something that is one of the highlights of this summit. It's really an opportunity to hear from the doers who are completing open government projects, who are taking the risks, making the reforms happen on the ground. And the first of our 4 speakers to finish this evening will be Rafa. Rafa has won the regional award for the Americas for his Mexico project on stakeholder participation in daycare centers. Rafa.
Ready. Very well. Tragedy. Tragedy moves on. Tragedy touches us. And tragedy also challenges. That's why it's common to hear that behind many open government initiatives, there is a tragedy. And the case I'm going to talk about is not an exception. In June 9, 2009, 49 children died in a fire in the north of Mexico in Guarderia ABC. They died not because of a fire. They died because of corruption. Safety measures in this daycare center were not in place. Mexican society reacted to this tragedy. Naturally, they demanded justice. Justice is still an unresolved issue. But also, there was something else that was out of sight of the public opinion. In the country, Mexico, there were over 200,000 children being taken care of in 1,400 daycare centers throughout the country. We didn't know the risk of repeating a tragedy like this one in these daycare centers. So, back in that time, in 2009, Transparencia Mexicana, along with the Mexican Social Security Institute, and I must acknowledge one person, Eduardo Borges, the director of Transparencia Mexicana, they had an idea. How could we review all of the safety measures in this country in the fastest possible way and also having the most precise information? Well, there was only one solution that for many was not evident and for other ones was not possible. This strategy was based on three things: transparency strategies, information technologies, and civic engagement. So how do we do this? Every month, a random sample of the 10% of the daycare units is selected. In each of these around 140 daycare centers in the country, 7 parents are invited also randomly to review the safety measures of the daycare units. These 7 parents that are invited to participate, they go to the nursery one day. They receive an instruction, they receive a guide that very simply translates that what the norm says into 87 indicators that they can observe and they can confirm that what the law says is happening in reality. So, since 2010, since October 2010, that was the first time that we implemented this project, and with the support of many parents, we have been able to transform the characteristics and the safety measure of the daycare units. When we started in 2010, 41% of the daycare centers were filling 100% of the safety measures. Right now, it's 67%. So today, it is not thanks to Transparencia Mexicana, it is not thanks to the Mexican Social Security Institute, but to the mothers and fathers that have participated, that we have children in a better environment, in a safer one. It's over 36,000 parents that have donated 72,946 hours that we can say today that we have better daycare centers. But that's not all. Thanks also to these parents, to these mothers, is that we have broken a myth about Mexicans, about that, a myth that says that Mexicans do not participate. But they have proved that Mexicans participate when there is a concrete problem to be solved, when there are precise tools to change reality. They are the ones that prove that Mexico can and must have open governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafa. That was really fantastic. I'm now going to go in reverse order of the top 3 overall awards winners, starting with the person that no one has heard from yet. We sadly missed him earlier in the program, but that means he's even more prepared. So Daniel, representing the A Tu Servicio project in Uruguay, congratulations, your first place. Welcome to the stage.
Hi. Well, it seems I've got a bunch of friends in the audience, so thanks. Let me start by expressing my sympathy for the other winners who had a really bad time this morning, and also to everyone who wanted to be in Bellas Artes today and couldn't be there. On a happier note, let's talk about A Tu Servicio whenever the first slide is there. Okay. Imagine for a second you could only change your health provider once every 3 years. And you can only do so during a single month, which is February. And this is a pretty big decision because you might regret at a time when it's way too late to change. Well, that actually happens in Uruguay. For reasons I don't have the time to delve into now, but our app, A Tu Servicio, was created specifically to solve that problem. But before we get into that, let me tell you a little bit about us. We are Data Uruguay. We are a small, mainly voluntary civic society organization, and we work on open data, transparency, and freedom of information. And we do that through tools like this one, advocacy, and community building. In 2014, we had a small news app using some of the data the Ministry of Health was already publishing, but not really getting to the intended audience. And that got us got interest from the Ministry of Health, and through AG6, our e-government agency's working tables on open government, we had the chance to start a dialogue, and thus, A Tu Servicio is born. This is a tool where you can find key performance indicators for every single health provider in Uruguay, and you can find information from things such as ticket prices, waiting times, human resources, and much more. This tool was completely co-created with the Ministry of Health. That's absolutely fundamental for this project. And its objective is to democratize access to information on health service providers. You can also find a comparison tool where you can delve really deep into the data. We actually have 300 individual data points that you can check. And last, but definitely not least, this is all developed as open and free software, and also uses and helps publish open data. This is absolutely crucial for this kind of projects. As I said, this is a co-created tool. Two of the actors are the ones I already mentioned, us, Data, and the Ministry of Health. But it goes way beyond that. ILDA and Davina Americas funded this tool. They are not only, they should be recognized, also we need to keep raising money, but as well, they gave us the chance to have a lot of, let's say, leverage whenever we dealt with the government. Governments don't necessarily know how to co-create. So when you're working with the government, you're co-creating, and you have the funding on your side, it's easy to remember them that you're not a provider, you're actually a partner in the project. As I already mentioned also, the working tables for the second National OGP Action Plan by AG6 were also crucial for this project. Okay, there we are. So, let's talk about what happened after we went live. First of all, we had sort of 35,000 sessions in a month. That might not seem much, but remember, we are from Uruguay, we have 3.4 million people in total, so that's around 1% of the population in a month. We had some new data, because although the ministry was already publishing some, the negotiation process in the co-creation allowed us to ask for some new data and to open the whole thing. So that's also some great news. On the accountability side, some very, very interesting stuff took place. First of all, every single health provider started either calling or writing to us or the ministry and started correcting data, finding mistakes in their own submissions, in the ministry's treatment of the data, or just odd mistakes somewhere, even on our part in some cases, but we corrected them. So the quality of the data greatly improved. And it's also very important to notice that this never happened in the 4 years before where data was published, but it wasn't really visible. So nobody really cared about that data. The mistakes were there for 4 years. We also had a very, very healthy public discussion on health services, but for the first time, it was based on data. The government itself, opposition parties, parliamentaries, the media, and also doctors' unions started using this tool to support their arguments. And this went on for the whole year, actually as recently as last month. The Ministry of Health, the Minister of Health himself went to Parliament and used A Tu Servicio to show some data. And finally, we had continuity of the project as a result of its success, not only through a government change, we had elections last November, but all the way up to 2020. So we are actually going a lot farther. We are developing stages 2 and 3 of A Tu Servicio, which are a feedback module, because we found out that when people told us, look, this is not the price I paid for this medicine, or, you know, this is not the waiting time I had last week, that was very useful, and it allowed us to take that information to the Ministry of Health, and they checked if that was true or not. And the third module is about other kind of health data. This is basically services, but we also want to show and visualize epidemics, disease, etc. And the other thing, which in this case you might say we're not going too far with this tool, is because it's right here in Mexico where the next instance of A Tu Servicio is taking place. Thanks to the absolutely awesome guys from Codeando Mexico and Sonora Ciudadana, which might be around here somewhere. This next stage of A Tu Servicio is happening in the state of Sonora. And not only that, because we want to take it well beyond Mexico, we are working with Codeando Mexico again in a standard for health data, so other people can have their own A Tu Servicio, or they can have their own thing, but we can all work on a standardized way to use that data. That's basically all I had to tell you today about A Tu Servicio. You can check our stand back there in the open fair. You can speak with us, or write to us, or tweet us, or whatever you want. But if there's one thing you should keep from this presentation, please make it be that it's not really complicated. It's not that we are special. We had no special technologies. We had no incredible amount of funding or something weird to make this. This was purely about collaboration. This was true co-creation. So if we accept that working together is better than working alone, then we can do stuff like this. Thank you.
Many thanks, Daniel, and congratulations again. We now have, just walking into the room, our second place winner, Dia from Indonesia, for her project on the guiding lights of the archipelago. Dia.
Well, thank you. I didn't expect to do it twice in a day. But this is a more, I hope, a more appreciating audience, and those who really want to listen to the story. It's a very short story. It's a journey. Actually, it's a journey. We are now in our third year into our adventure and endeavor. And I would like to share what we have done, where we will go, and I think the hopes for a better Indonesia. Where is the slide? Oh, good. Okay. So this is where I begin by saying that 3 years ago today, 28 October 2012, was the day when I stand before a crowd of young people. Not a crowd, actually, a group. 32 of them. Everyone was below 30 years old, graduated with a health background, bachelor's degree, most of them medical doctors, nurses, midwives, and public health practitioners. They say they wanted to serve their country. They didn't know yet where they will go, but they know they will live there in a place, in a remote place for a year. And they say they declare their readiness to serve. This is, hold on. Okay, so this is Indonesia. what can I say? It's huge. It's an archipelago, 17,000 plus islands. There are 254 million people, last counted. More than 72,000 villages, 511 districts, 34 provinces. So it's huge. You can pick an island and go live and deal with whatever you face there. This is, if you Google right now, you search and you put in keywords, Indonesia, beautiful islands, beautiful scenery, or bucket list. This is what you will see. This is in Ende, in eastern part of Indonesia, in east Nusa Tenggara. And this is also Indonesia. This scene is often overlooked, or perhaps we just elected not to see. Torn communities, torn by disaster, communities very underdeveloped, no electricity, no roads, basically nothing, infrastructure is non-existent. This is also Indonesia. And it is there that those 32 young pioneers back in 2012, there they say they wanted to live. Now it's already 3 batches. Everybody has come back home safely, thank God, because I signed their work agreement. Everybody came, 102 of them for 3 batches. They stay for a year, work in teams of 5, and their key objective is to facilitate and change the mindset of the people that to embrace health as an integral part of livelihood. And it is very difficult, especially if you live in areas so deprived and you feel that you are left behind by development and by the rest of the country. It is really difficult in changing their mindset. But after 3 years, the teams managed to turn the mindsets of the people there and to strengthen the primary health care in each of the 7 locations. There, they fill the gap of unmet need of competent healthcare professionals that give medical services to the people there in remote locations. But they also work in communities. Actually, this slide is the next to final slide, different than the ones I used this morning, but the message is the same. They fill in the gap for primary health care, and they also work in community. 70% of their time is spent in the community, working with the community to do community empowerment program, promotion and prevention as the backbone of strengthening primary health care. And if we ask why, because previously, recruitment, selection, deployment system was not transparent at all. That was changed. And why go through all the hassle? Because it is necessary to change. Because health is for all. It's for everyone, whether you live in city, whether you can access healthcare easily, or whether you live in very, very remote islands. To give you an example, one location in Indonesia, you have to, if you go from the capital city, from Jakarta to the capital city of a province and then to a village, it can take you up to 5 to 7 days. You have to use airplanes and then land transportation, and then you walk even further, or you take a very small boat to reach. So it takes 5 to 7 days. And it is very, very important that those people who live so far away without access to healthcare can access public service that is efficient, that is high in quality, transparent, and accountable. And after 3 years, in the beginning of 2015, the 7 locations, the guiding lights of the archipelago, that is the translation of Pencerahan Nusantara, expanded into a national program. It's adopted, replicated, and upscaled by the national government, and it's expanded into 120 locations. And the main reason it's implemented is because the president promised that no one will be left behind by development. So in order to do that, you need to start from the periphery inwards. That is why the 120 locations now are at the borders of Indonesia. And I think I would like to close by going back to the point where I met the initial 32, the first batch of Pencerahan Nusantara. I think in the 3 years that we have, that our journey has continued right now, our lives has changed. People's lives at the 7 locations have changed, hopefully for the better. And if we talk about being transformative, I think transformation is well on its way. The numbers have grown, and they can speak for themselves. It's from 32, now 849 health workers being deployed to remote locations all over Indonesia, from 7 locations to 120, from 120,000 beneficiaries to now approximately 2.5 million people beneficiaries, and still growing. So I think it's an honor for me to stand here presenting Pencerahan Nusantara to you all, and giving you proof that equal partnerships between government, civil society, and the private sector can actually push for change. It's a force. Actually, it's a very powerful force to push for change in the betterment of public service. So I hope what is initiated in Pencerahan Nusantara, the guiding light that is intended to be, can continue to be the beacon it is for a better Indonesia. I thank you.
Thank you, Dia, and congratulations to Indonesia on the 2nd place. The fireworks were going off for you, I think. Our final speaker, and then I promise everyone can go home, is Aidan from the UK. The UK was 3rd place internationally for their neighbourhood planning project.
Hello again, everyone. Can I just ask how many people heard me this morning? Okay, for those of you who put your hand up, can you just erase that memory from your mind? I promise, well, I don't promise that this will be better. It might be significantly worse. Anyway, Mexico City, meet Woodcote. Woodcote is a small village in the south of England. Has about roughly 1,000 houses. It's quite near Oxford, if you've heard of Oxford. Thank you. In fact, in 2008, it won Oxfordshire Village of the Year competition. But if we're being honest, Woodcote doesn't really register on the global scale. But it's got a really interesting story to tell. Before I share it, I'd like to introduce you to somebody. Oh, there he is. That's Jeff. Jeff lives in Woodcote. He has done for most of his adult life. His kids grew up there. His friends live there. They all socialise together in the Red Lion pub. But like the rest of the village, Jeff became worried when he heard the plans to build more houses in the village. Woodcote was special. It was beautiful. They didn't really want it to change. So the village came together. They organised themselves. They campaigned. They made sure that no new houses were built in their village. In fact, Woodcote became known as the village where house builders feared to tread. You see, in England, housing stirs quite a lot of passion. We talk about it a lot. Buying your first home is culturally and economically a very important step. but it's getting harder. Our population is changing, it's growing, and we're struggling to build enough houses to keep pace. And it was against this backdrop that the UK government did something really quite bold. They decided to hand more power to communities to shape where they live. They introduced a thing called neighbourhood planning. And there it is. Neighbourhood planning is a power which is given to communities which allows them to create their own planning policies. Essentially, this means that they can decide what can and cannot be built within their boundaries. The process culminates in a community referendum. Now, do not underestimate the shift that this represented. Planning had long been the preserve of politicians and specialists. Many people said that neighbourhood planning was madness. Nobody would ever do it. It's far too complicated. And if they did, they'd just make dreadful mistakes, or it would descend into infighting, or fundamentally, they would only ever use it to try and block house building. We, as policy officials, we did what we could to help. We introduced financial and expert support for the communities. We publicised it widely, working with civic organisations. We designed incentives, we designed safeguards. But no matter how bold a move it was by government, and how good the work we did as policy officials was, fundamentally, the success or failure of neighbourhood planning would depend on the stamina, courage, and responsibility of ordinary people. Ordinary people like Jeff and his friends in Woodcote. Well, they were delighted when they heard about neighbourhood planning, and they set about developing one straight away. They talked to each other, talked to their community, the young, the old, those who'd lived there all their lives, those who were quite new to the area. They discussed what they liked, what they didn't like about the village, their hopes, their fears, and they wrote it all down. And the strangest thing happened. Woodcote, famous for opposing any form of new housing in their village, agreed to and voted for many more new houses. So why this sudden change of heart? Well, quite simply, the community, through those conversations, had come to realise that they weren't actually that worried about housing after all. No, instead what they were worried about was a lack of homes for young families and the elderly. They were worried about the poor state of their local facilities. And they were most worried about the risk that Woodcote might slowly start to shrink and eventually die. Now, this is a remarkable turnaround, and even more so when you consider the figures that sit behind it. 60% of that community came out to vote in the community referendum, with 90% of them voting yes to more housing. Now, you should all be inspired by Jeff and his friends. I certainly am. But in turn, they've been inspired. Neighbourhood planning has been a real catalyst for action in that community. They are now alive with a common purpose, not united against the shared enemy. You see, it would be easy for me just to talk about Jeff and Woodcote. It would be a mildly interesting story, but there's so much more to it than that. Those guys are heroes, but they are far from the only ones. As you can see, neighbourhood planning has taken off across the country. Over 15% of the country, and that equates to over 10 million people, now live in a neighbourhood planning area. It's happening in all corners of the land, in all different types of community, be they large, small, affluent, deprived, urban or rural. And they're all using it in highly innovative, different ways. Some to tackle local housing challenges, others are using it to attract business and investment, and yet others are using it to improve their local facilities and green spaces. But whatever the ultimate goal, they are all achieving it by bringing their community with them. Average turnout at referendum, 34%. Average yes vote, 88%. Neighbourhood planning is truly given communities real power to shape where they live. But it's much more than that. It is giving them the energy and the confidence to work positively together to make their lives better. People like Jeff, in places like Woodcote, are truly changing their world. So what does that mean for us sitting and standing here today? Well, for me, it's quite simple, really. If you're willing to be bold, and you're willing to invest in opening dialogue, then you can create trust, you can create understanding, and fundamentally, you can create solutions. Thank you, and thank you for listening.
Thanks, Aidan, and congratulations to the UK on their third place. And thanks everyone for staying. I really appreciate it. We all appreciate it. I think we can all agree these are the stories and the individuals that make open government and OGP real. So I'm really thankful for all of you for staying, and for the staff and volunteers also for staying behind. So let's just close this evening with one more round of applause for all of the fabulous award winners.